Wow, Cinecello, impressive. I can't throw you off with the time changes. Hey, Bakari Dev. Yeah, it's a little earlier than I would normally start. It's 8:23, but also daylight saving time just kicked in for the US yesterday, so probably it's going to be a little confusing for some people. Anyway, that's that. So let's edit this. Hey, Dark. Didn't have the page open ahead of time, but I zoomed here when I saw the Discord notification. And you won. All right, so we're going to do what we always do, which is tenant review. Tenant review. Sustainability. I think this is good. Bricklaying. It's been tough, to be honest. I was working on the customer stuff and doing fine, but I couldn't help thinking that I was taking too long doing it. Then again, we have 18 days left until 0.4, and I want to do some user research. So maybe that's what this is really about. Don't know though. Breaks. Definitely did better at this now that it's a tenant again. I didn't take every single break that I should have. That's okay for the first week. And successes. Well, what are my kind of personal successes? Customer stuff is definitely looking good. Well, better than it did. Quickie Joe made some awesome icons and revamped the UI. And just the team seems to be moving along smoothly. Yeah. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. Is anything maybe could be going better? I think I just need to prioritize this week, and I think things should be okay. I might as well add this in. Skeleseller mentoring. Okay. All right. Cool. Well, the first thing we're going to do is not the easiest thing. Oh, actually, before I forget, let me get the title of the stream because I always do this around the time of mentoring and I don't like doing that. And not many people are here right now. So let's just fill this out. Title of stream in morning is this. All right, so first things first is this stuff. You can't see all that well because these are in negative color, but we need to incorporate this commit. And yeah, it's not gonna be super easy, I think. Yeah. All right, so I'll show you all what this looks like. And then we got to clean up a bunch of like little issues, figure out which icons we need, etc. There's a decent amount to do here. And then I got to merge this all into my branch too. So first of all, we now have your main character looking just like a skeleton. No clothing, purely a skeleton. To be honest, I got used to the look of the old character and I really liked it. And yeah, I don't know. That's it, I guess. Something I did not test is what happens when you have them holding an item. Do their hands show up the same? They do, but they're gloved hands. Okay, I don't know if that's a problem. It looks a little strange now. So maybe they need to be bone hands. I'll just write stuff to talk to Quickie Joe about. Stuff to talk to Quickie Joe about. When the skeleton is holding an item, the hands are gloved hands. We can now remove the hands. It was old worker specific, but it looked nice. I liked it. If there are no hands, then it just looks like your character's walking and items are hovering, sort of like these characters. And I don't like that as much. They should probably look like bones instead. Well, little white circles. Also, hey, Kevin. Yeah, it is an early start. I wanted to get a move on this stuff. All right, well, It's not like it's a big problem or anything. Also, even if they are gloved hands, that's also not really an issue. Anyway, here's the new UI. So for those who haven't seen this, but did see the old one, this looks so much better than the old one. Like, so much better. Oh, that was just the workers. Is there a separate character for the main character? Oh. So, okay, to be clear, you're okay with us using the old sprite for the main character, and then these are just for the extra workers? Because if so, that sounds great to me. I thought you said something a while ago about you didn't like how the old character, like the main character, looked with the new characters or something. Anyway, that's good news. Actually, I have another sprite for the main character. Okay, got you. Yeah. All right, so then we need to do this. I guess like future work. Make the plain skeletons just be the extra workers. Quickie Joe said he has another sprite for the main character. Okay, so I didn't misremember, but then I assumed this incorrectly. Because I was gonna say I like the skeleton, and I think as an extra worker it'll look great. But then I also like just sort of the flair of the original one. It looked really good. Where is the original one now? I'm guessing it was overwritten. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, cool. Yeah, sounds fine to me. So we got to do that. That's probably the main character, yeah. Okay, so some things that I noticed. If I click grant most things, some of these start hovering. I need to figure out why that's happening. Oh, you know what? It might be due to where the witch doctor is on the row. Yeah, I think whatever row the witch doctor is on, all the other ones get pushed. That's probably it. Seems to be that whichever row the witch doctor is on, the other characters get pushed. Hey, Chris. And then I also noticed that these things are now transparent. Same thing with start battle. And there's no town hall on this branch, but we're going to have to look at that too. So those are things we're going to have to look at. And then the icons themselves, I like the icons. I think there are some that I don't remember which ones. I think there are some that looked a little bit off. No, maybe not. No, yeah, maybe not. Maybe it was just that I wanted there to be different icons for these. But anyway, I'll make notes about this at some point, and I'm not super concerned about this. All right, so then what we have to do now is fix some of these issues. Yeah. Should we relocate skills to the right? I'm not sure. We might want to center these. I kind of liked when they were centered, but anyway, we'll figure this out as we go through. But yeah, the first thing is going to be figuring out why are these hovering. And I think if we open it up, actually not if we open anything up, let's just take a look at the party member. What is that potion doing there? I think it's coming from a different scene. Maybe party section is better to look at. Yeah, so what if one of these party members, I said editable children, and I changed the name to be witch doctor. Yeah, so that's what happens there. You can see as soon as it spans 2 lines. Now, why would that happen? I guess what we want, I guess make this editable too. This VBox container, we want the children to be separated. And I don't know if that's possible with this. Because there's begin, center, and end. There's no like, what is it called? I don't know, justify content or align items. Yeah. I guess what we could do is we could make 2 VBox containers. And one goes to begin and one goes to end. Make the label expand vertically. Yeah, I guess that could be the other thing. Because this is the only thing. Yeah, that's true. This is the only thing that grows. So in layout, container sizing, if we just set this to expand. All right, that'll work. All right, so let's not do this here. Let's do this in party member. Take the name, container sizing, expand. There. All right, that alone should have just fixed this. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that problem is solved. This is another issue. I don't know why this is happening. This is a bunch of UID stuff, isn't it? Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to check that in. Size flags vertical. Let's check in just this thing for right now. Fix party member spacing. When the witch doctor was unlocked, any other party members in the same row would have their character sprites sort of floating in the center. Now the label expands vertically. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Then we just write the name label. Some people reported it getting better after people in the team deleted their Godot UID cache. Yeah. I wonder about this. I think for now what I'll do is I'll just check this in with all the changes that we see here, and that hopefully it's not a problem. In fact, this one deleted a UID. That's kind of surprising. I guess themes don't have UIDs. Maybe Quickie Joe is on a different version of Godot. I'm not sure, but I don't think there are going to be any other problems with this, hopefully. What happened here? Rare customer spawn. Oh, that shouldn't be there. What is that doing there? Well, I don't think that should be there. I don't even think it's on my file system anymore. Rare customer? Yeah, it's not. Hey, who cares? Welcome back. Happy Monday. I think we just delete this. I'm hoping that's okay. Oh no, there's rare customer spawn system here too. This suggests that I did something wrong here. What else do we have? Regions, blacksmith. Oh man, I might have messed something up. All right, let's rerun this. Hey, Atomic Man. Not a new shirt, although I do need to buy some new shirts. It feels like all my clothes have been like tearing or ripping. I had a pair of jeans that I tried putting on this morning, and there was like a hole in the knee, and it was like a stylish hole, but I stuck my foot right through it and like tore down the leg. Oh man. And then my wife ran, not ran, I ran the laundry, and my wife had a thing of lipstick in one of her pairs of pants, and it like got over another pair of jeans that I have. So my clothes are slowly getting ruined. All right, the rare customer system is what I want to look at, and whether there are any issues here, and there are. It says can't open town hall sign. Yeah, so all the town hall stuff is gonna need to go away. My poor jeans, I know. Any other thing referring to the town hall? Yes. Anything else? No, that's it. All right, so then what is this stuff? Regions? Regions didn't exist, but now it does. Oh, because I put the customer spawn point. Oh my God. All right, this is not smart. I should go look at Quickie Joe's commit online. Yeah. Oh, but the GitHub UI for this is terrible for some reason. Can you collapse all of these things? Because if you scroll down, it does this weird thing, where it just like loads only the icons you've shown, but then scrolling up hides them again. So it's really obnoxious to look through this. And there's probably a way to collapse all of these things. Another PR for tile map extraction. I probably do have some changes, but anyway, we're gonna spend this morning trying to figure this stuff out. Yeah, I don't want to click this 100 times. Is there a way to collapse all? What a PR from the branch after .NET format, so you can look at there. What was I even doing that caused me to want to? Oh yeah, look at the town thing. Let's maybe hold off on that because this might not be something too hard to do. Yeah, it doesn't look like the town scene changed, which means I shouldn't probably have any of these changes. What did we do here? I think we can just revert this whole thing. In fact, let's just try it and see what happens. What's the worst that could happen here? What did I just click? Oh God. I don't know what I just clicked because I'm pretty sure I clicked town, but it didn't actually change. Music system. Yeah, I think I did click town and this like auto changed on me. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Oh, sorry, Rami. I saw who cares' message. I just didn't see yours. All right. Well, hello, Rami. Welcome to the stream. It was town scene. Yeah. Weird then. So this is just getting rid of UID, and that's the same thing that happened here. Change the UIDs. Okay, but we should be able to run this and we shouldn't have any errors. Yeah, this stuff is going to take probably most of the morning getting all the PRs done. Okay, it builds. Are there any problems? 3. What are these? Invalid UID. Basic fonts.tres. Apologies have been accepted. All right, thanks, Raymond. Basic fonts.tres. Can we just go fix this ourselves? There's a UID here. Basic font. Where does it complain about this? In skilltree.tscn. Basic fonts.tres. So I think we just changed this. And then I think we'll have the debugger errors down to just 2 now. Double the watch time, double the money. I mean, just so you know, the ad revenue is very minimal on both platforms. On YouTube, it's like 12 cents or maybe like 4 cents per hour, just based on my viewership. And on Twitch, it's probably, I don't know, like 40 cents per hour or something like that. So yes, I guess it would be double the money, but it's like up to 8 cents per hour. So probably paying for the electricity of using the computer. All right, did this go down to 2? Yes, it did. So we got to do that same fix in 2 other spots. The next one is skill table. Skill. In fact, we could probably just search for this and find it this way. Yeah, skill table. And then what's the final one? Close button, invalid UID, close button.tres. All right, so here it is. Close button.tres uses this one. Okay, so now all the errors should be gone. I can commit this as fix UID issues. And then we have, yeah, then we have some other things to do. Can I open these dialogues still? Yes. Okay. All right, so all of these should be the same change, right? Just fix UID issues. Not T-Rex. You haven't heard of the dinosaur Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's like kids' favorite dinosaur. Why is this showing up this way? Why does my diff editor hate me? I guess it's just a really large file. Reveal in Finder. How big is this? Oh yeah, 1.5 megabytes. Okay, that is going to take forever then. Hey, Batman. Happy Monday. Ad revenue is terrible for streamers who want to be paid for their work. Company gets more out of ad revenue than the streamer, and it's awful. I actually don't really think that's a problem because the platform does need to have some financial incentive for hosting the crazy amount of bandwidth that they're hosting. Also, I forget what it is. YouTube gives you either 45% or 55% of the revenue, but let's just round it to 50%. So that means that if you got double the ad revenue, you'd be getting 100% of the pie. Even at 100%, it's not really much better, right? Like I said, I get like 4 cents on YouTube per hour. I'd be getting 8 cents per hour. So I don't think ads ever really keep somebody afloat on streaming platforms. I think it's sponsorships typically. And actually some big streamers have done breakdowns of how they're getting paid. And yeah, usually it's like sponsorships, then subscriptions, then maybe donations and cheers and stuff. And there's usually a fourth category. Oh yeah, ads. Ads are usually at the bottom, I think. Anyway, this is what I think it usually is. But yeah, sponsorships. I mean, if someone's offering to pay you, thousands of dollars for one stream, that's gonna greatly outweigh any subscriptions you get for that stream. All right, well, this sucks because it's not even clear what changed here, and yet something changed. Like you can see some data moved around. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can really do about that. All right, the rest of this stuff is looking pretty good, I think. Yeah, this is all just fixed UID stuff. All right, fixed UID issues. I don't know why basic fonts.tres has such large changes, but I didn't explicitly touch it beyond addressing UID issues. Yeah. The diffs are scary because if you can't understand what a diff is, then how do you know you're making the right change? It's like if you see int life equals 10 and it goes to 20, this is very understandable. It's like, oh, 10 went to 20. I recognize what life is. Same thing with a block of code. But when you see something like, well, now it's not even gonna load because it's got to redo the diff. But yeah, when you see something like 8, like, what does that even mean? How do you see what this is? You got to like decode the file in order to diff it semantically, and they don't have a way of doing that. And even if they did, I don't even know what we'd be able to glean from that because it's a font file. Okay, so this is done. Start battle is transparent. I'm guessing this is because a theme changed. Hey, Amazon. I don't speak AA/A. I just speak AAA games. This I think we should fix after I've merged in my branch, maybe. Make it obvious which adventure is selected. Okay, yeah, let's do that, I guess. So there is a border around here, but it's very faint and it doesn't actually cover the entirety of this, which is weird because the hover border works, but the click border doesn't. Base 64 encoded, that's what that was? Yeah, but it's some data that then they base 64 encode, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the data is understandable. It's like I could take some binary blob of data and turn it into base 64, and it'd still just be a binary blob when I decode it. Anyway, I think that's what's going on. It's base 64 encoding like font glyphs or tile map data or something, and it wouldn't be any more understandable even if we decoded it. We'd have to like look at it in the editor, I guess. All right, the weird thing is I don't know what could possibly cause these two things to get mismatched. Party member. We have the rectangles somewhere. Is that not here? Is it in party chooser? Rectangle. Maybe searching for rectangle is stupid. Where do we do the hover stuff? Apparently not even here. What is that? Party section. Excuse me. That's what's doing it. Does the word rectangle show up? Still no. It's still, this is not it. There's party section base. May need some extra margins or offsets in the setup for the focus style. I don't think there is a focus style. I think that's me manually adding in a rectangle. Yeah, on character selected. What does this? Higher button disabled. Skill tree. Adding in some new UI stuff. Well, Quickie Joe did this work, and there's two pieces of the work. One is the UI like Chrome, which looks great, and the other is the icons, which look great. So yeah, we have all new custom icons. Oh, the other thing we got to do is change the credits at some point. Future work, change credits to remove references to the temporary icons. Although we're still going to have some temporary icons in this commit. Yeah, so what do we do to select this thing? You guys gonna be nuts after checkpoint 4. You know? Be a lot of work and everything to do for this. Why is everything yellow? Tabs and spaces should be used correctly. Okay, that should be a .NET format thing. Yeah, that's what changed through all of these. I think format should just fix all of this. Oh, lots of this changed. Yeah. Size reported by the node may not match the actual size. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at that. All right, so all of this stuff should just be spacing changes. Or I guess unused imports, but I think it's just going to mostly be spacing changes. Yeah. Okay. Were we using tabs before? Yep, we were. Okay, so replace tabs with spaces. I actually just ran .NET format. So this may have done more than that. Yeah. Okay. What's next? What's next is fixing the hover stuff. Bounding rectangle of a row based on position. Bounding rectangle of the row. That's for the instance list. Yeah. Hey, Ricardo. Been a little too busy with work. I hope it goes better. But happy Monday, and thank you. Hope you have a good day. I might not have used the word rectangle specifically. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. Updated Godot 4.3. Just wondering, what page did you say I should read? Are you talking about when you're learning it? Because it was just the getting started guide. I think specifically this one is a walk with the items yourself. I was telling my wife that there was a game I liked called Redungeon. And I guess this style of game I tend to like. So this is an endless runner, but you are the one doing the movement. So if you don't press up, your character will never actually move up. And it just, you go through this dungeon, you've got an ability you can use. And I was like, it'd be nice to make a game like this. And she's like, what if you made it Skeleseller themed? I'm like, Skelejumper. It could work. Whoa, who cares? You're like spending all your money on this stream. Thank you very much. I better see this game excel when you release it. Yeah. Well, thank you. You know, one of the things I was talking about is I just hit my first $100 on YouTube, and it took, I think, 6.5 months. And someone asked, how long will the second $100 take? And I'm like, I don't know, probably maybe like 5 months. I think it'll get a little bit faster. But you've given, I think, $80 in the last like 2 days. So I guess it's going to happen within like a week. The timing is immaculate. Yeah, their name is Who Cares on YouTube. I find, by the way, that YouTube names tend to be very different in style from Twitch names. On Twitch, there are like handles, and on YouTube, a lot of the time, it's just like someone's real name. And yeah. Yeah, thanks, who cares? Thanks, ... who cares? Yeah, I hope the game excels too, by the way. But I'm feeling good about it at least. So there should be a hover rectangle or something. Why am I not able to find this? Is it this? Oh man, you didn't need to do that. But thank you very much. All right, well that's it. We hit the next $100 in like 3 days or a week or something. This is very colorful chat. Thank you, who cares? Hey, Meta. A game in Excel. Yep. I hope this game excels when we launch it. You can make games in Excel. I mean, yeah, like Rami said, Doom runs in Excel. But I don't know why you'd ever do that. All right. I still don't know where this happens, but we override the draw command. That's what I should be searching for here. Yeah, here it is. And it's not rectangle, it's rect. That's why I couldn't find it. All right, so the highlight rectangle is correct, but somehow the selection one isn't. I don't know how that's possible. Set highlight rect and set selection rect. Get row rect from position. Is that not what's happening in selection? Get row rect from index. Okay, so from index versus from position, is there even a difference? No, one calls the other. Is that cursor with Godot? I'm not sure. Are you just talking about my mouse cursor? This is just the Mac OS cursor that I made very large. Yeah. I didn't even think to make a command for that. Yeah, it's just a normal pointer, and I just colored it blue as well. Oh, the IDE. Oh, no, the IDE is VS Code. I'm not using cursor. All right, so again, how is this possible? How is it like you can see that faint rectangle around all of this, and it looks good, and then I click it, and it's cut off. It's smaller than it should be. Oh, it's only smaller than it should because of the witch doctor resizing things. Where does that come from then? Get row rect. Oh, we assume that all rows have the same height. That's not true. That's also not even what. It's not even the code we're supposed to be looking at right now. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? There's another draw command that should actually be in this. Yeah, here it is. Aha! Selection rect. Okay, what is this set to? Get minimum size. This is of the party member. I guess get minimum size isn't what I want. All right, let's search for get minimum size. It's not showing up. Godot engine. Minimum size. Here it is. Get combined minimum size instead of size, and if that still doesn't work, is that a thing? Get combined minimum size? I guess it is. I wonder if that just fixes things. How does the highlight rectangle work then? Set highlight rect. Zero size. Get size. Interesting. So maybe that's what we should do. Let's try this out. Does it sound like Scooby-Doo? Every time I say wrecked, it sounds like WRECKED. Like get wrecked, noob. Add an Easter egg somewhere on the map. Retro arcade gaming machine where you can play Doom on it. Can you even do that? What is the copyright of Doom at this point? I know people have gotten it running everywhere, but that probably doesn't mean you can include it in your commercial game. All right, so we're just going back to this. We're granting most things, and we're hoping that this... That did not fix things. Okay, so it can't be get combined minimum size. I wonder if just size will work. That's what we do for the highlight rectangle. Could try it here. You probably couldn't without licensing it, yeah. And I don't... I think a lot of this comes down to more how cool is the idea than how much money will it give them. Because, like, they're not going to make a lot from... Oh, hey, nice, that did work. They're not going to make a lot from me putting the game in Skeleseller. All right, so we fixed the positioning. Now I think we need to fix the color and make it more obvious. Because it doesn't stand out. And we're zoomed in. So like this kind of stands out a little bit, but I think we need a border of like 2 pixels. Also, I'm not even sure why we would do it this way. Why don't I just add in a proper border? You know what? Maybe let's leave this as future work. This is not very smart to work on now. We'll just change the color of it for now. But yeah, I think in the future we should make this work a little differently. Make the hover/selection borders that show on party member base via draw. That is what it is, right? Yes, draw. More obvious, we should probably use Godot to render the borders via an actual node or style box flat or something, rather than making a custom draw function. Can we modulate the 9 patch instead of setting borders? Yeah, that's probably even better. But I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to just leave this as future work, which means I'm probably going to have you do this. All right, what is the selection color? We need this to be something brighter. This is just pure cyan. And I think cyan is pretty good for showing that there is a hover color. Although, is it even? Also, this is cut off, isn't it? Oh, man. Yeah, the first column is cut off. You can't see the left edge of it. All right, this is probably dumb. Yeah. Well, let's just make it green, I guess, and see what that looks like. Green, yellow even. Green, yellow. Those are two different colors. That's like red, orange. I wonder if we can increase build time, or sorry, decrease build times, increase build speed as well. Okay, well, I guess it's, I don't know, it's slightly better. I kind of want to make it dark green, and then I think we're good. A margin inside the scroll container will also give the room to the scroll bar. Yeah. I think it's a good idea. Yeah, we're gonna need to change this a little bit. There we go. Okay, how's it look now? Better. Yeah, it's getting cut off. We need to like do this a proper way. I don't think using draw to do this is a good idea, but that's good enough for now. I guess it's somewhat obvious that it's selected, or at least as obvious as we can make it without this being too much work. We have vector 2.0 set. I wonder if we said new, actually just vector 2.0 minus vector 2.1, and then add this times 2. Would that work? Again, this is just a temporary hack. We're going to get this to look a little bit better later. One of the things I want to start working on today or Wednesday is to prioritize the rest of what needs to happen for checkpoint 4 and make sure we're getting there in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, this is good enough for now. I know it's cut off over here. Yeah, putting this inside of a margin would probably help. But okay. We should probably do the exact same thing with the other one. Highlight rect equals this. There. Hey, Magnetic Vine. Yeah, look at that indeed. Unity has something called assembly definitions where you split your code base into multiple assemblies and only compiles when it changes. Maybe Godot has something similar. Yeah, I want to do some research into that because I think faster build times would help if we can't get proper hot reloading. Look into build times for a normal dev cycle. Can Godot speed them up in any way? I'll write this down. There. Okay, yeah. All right, that's good for now. We could make it dark blue or something. I'm not going to be too concerned about this. It's good enough. I know it's getting cut off on the left side here. But yeah, hey, potato. Magnetic bind, we've got custom-made icons now and a custom-made UI for this. And it looks a little out of place because nothing else has that. In fact, we've broken the borders for everything else. But this one particular UI looks great. Now, that also shows up, if you click Start Battle, it also shows up here, and now this looks a little bit out of place, but we'll eventually fix all these things. Okay, so this fixes the hover styles. Fix hover and selection on party member base. This isn't perfect. The left side of the custom border is cut off, but at least it's using the right size, and the colors should be more visible on the new background. All right, I did it. Thanks for the resub, Magnetic Mind. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Bigfoot is real. I'm doing well. I'm excited to work on this stuff. I'm a little daunted by how much there is to do, but I guess that's just how this goes. We have a lot of work and we have a limited time to do it. That's game dev. Kept the same thing with the golden color for the tip. Yeah, I like the golden color for the tip. I think that worked pretty well. Okay, so this is done. Come up with a list of icons that need to be changed. Yeah, and I'll just write, e.g. the rogue has the same icons as skills and mods. So the mods, e.g. quick strike and quicker strike. All right, not gonna do anything else for that. And then the final thing is start battle as transparent. This should be fixed after we've merged in my branch, just in case this is automatically fixed, although the odds of that happening are probably pretty slim. And I don't need a picture. I know that it's transparent. Okay, so then this has been done. Let's push back what I've finished here. So we just click sync. Well, let's make sure there are no errors first. Yeah, click sync. And now we need to go merge in the other PRs. Okay, the earliest one is 375. Conflict speed, yeah. That's why this morning is going to take a while. There's going to be a lot of conflicts. By the way, Kevin, I'm not sure if you're listening right now or if you took a break or something, but is this still on your radar, or do you want me to do this? The outline thing? Type in a chat. Gonna be a long day. Well, we'll see. Maybe it won't be too bad. Planning to get it finished later today. Okay, cool. Yeah, just make sure. And there is no rush, by the way. I just wanted to make sure it was still something that you're tracking. So 375 we'll ignore for now. The next number up is 377. So let's take a look at this. Pure. Oh, I looked at this already. And I think this is good. It is a little jarring because I got used to the small instances. Now they're going to get a little bit taller. So this is the last time you'll be able to see them like this, I guess. But if I start a battle here and repeat this battle, let's say, and then take a screenshot of the whole thing. So this is the size beforehand. And you can see the instance size relative to the window size. It lets you see more of the town. But now we're going to bump up the instance size by 2 tiles. So you'll see less of the town. But now the instance battlegrounds can be a little bit bigger. They will have more space to show stuff. Now if I get pulled, does that take all your changes and replace them on my end? It should, yes. But you would need to be pulling from my branch. Or if you, well, yeah, you need to pull from my branch. So if you're doing it on your fork, you could make another fork. You could pull from my remote, or you could just do this on the main repo. And if that didn't make sense, I'm happy to explain further. Trees look like they're from Pokemon. I feel like this style of tree, I think, is just very common in older games. Like, what did the Secret of Mana trees look like? This is not a good idea. What if we just search Secret of Mana? Okay, no, they had giant trees. Yeah, but like these, for example, they're similar. And yeah, I guess Pokemon Although Pokemon released as a just black and white game. Secret of Mana was great. You know, my opinion of a lot of old games has changed over the years. I liked Secret of Mana a lot when it came out. And now I think it's just a tedious game. I mean, same thing with like Final Fantasy, well, Final Fantasy 1 at least. I don't know, a whole bunch of other games I played. I recently watched a playthrough of Battle of Olympus. I played this game a long time ago. I thought it was very hard. I probably got like, I don't know, 20% of the way through the game. But there are a lot of decisions that were just okay for the time that just don't make sense anymore. Even something like Star Tropics, which I still think is a good game. I think this one held up pretty well, but there's a lot of questionable game design decisions. For example, to advance, you need to talk to everyone in town. And there's no indication that you have to do that. And it's like, that was just a weird decision. Like, why have the player do that? You finally beat it. And by the way, I'm not saying, of course, that people can't have fun playing something like this. I just don't think the game design is held up all that well. Like Secret of Mana had a lot of grinding in terms of spells. The only way to level up your spells was to use them. And it's not like you had to level them up, but it is kind of a dated game design choice to have it be that you use the spell to level them up and not just you level up the character or something. Anyway, I find the same is kind of true for even like I really liked Banjo Tooie. I can't find where keys are on my keyboard. I really like Banjo Tooie, and now going back to it, I'm just like, it's just a little too much of a slog to get through. The worlds weren't as kind of carefully crafted, and there's some slowdowns. And looks like Golden Sun. Yeah, Golden Sun I really liked. I haven't gone back to Golden Sun to see if it's sort of aged well, but I liked it for the time. I played UFO 50. No, I haven't. I saw a Donkey video on it briefly, but I haven't played it. I have a lot of games I want to play and haven't gotten to, and I know practically every gamer is in that same boat. Like there are games on my backlog. But yeah, that's why I haven't been looking too much into new ones. All right, yeah, anyway, PRs. So where is this PR? I don't even know where I put it. Yeah, I lost the tab. All right, well, we'll just reopen it. Unless I have another browser window, I don't. All right, expand instances. So 377, let's check that out. GHPR checkout 377. Cool. Let's go try it in the game. I should have no changes here. Yeah, this worries me. This worries me a lot. The UIDs are just going away. I don't know why that's happening. Same with books. Yeah. You know, for a while, I have a media list. And for a while, whenever anyone suggested anything, like, hey, go watch this video, go watch this movie, go read this book, I would add it to the list. And I was like, man, I'm never really looking at this list again. So yeah, right now I'm reading a book very slowly because I'm torn between that and like watching some of the videos people have recommended. Someone recommended the F1 documentary. So I haven't started that yet, but I'll probably watch like an episode of that. And then I'm reading Song of Achilles, and I'm playing my typical Nonograms Katana and Ember Knights, and that's pretty much it. So I've got a lot of media I'm trying to get through right now. Do a game stream from time to time. The thing is, also, hi Mac, I don't like doing game streams. Gaming for me is something that's sort of fun and relaxing, and streaming for me is something where I am productive and trying to be entertaining at the same time. So it doesn't really mix too well. I don't like trying to entertain other people as I'm playing a game. Oh yeah, so I loaded that from there. I didn't load it from here. Okay. Okay, so new instances. Yeah, so this is larger. It's not centered, which maybe we should center it. These buttons haven't moved in position. And the last thing is the enchanter. Also wouldn't have moved. I can't go beyond the money cap. What? What's going on? Oh, I think I know what's going on. I think grant most things beats the canyon so that you can't raise the money cap anymore. Yeah. Just sending a new PR. Yeah, I saw that pop up. All right, so other future work we're gonna have to do is probably center the UI inside the end battle screen. It looks a little strange with it top aligned. And now if we have show loot, I guess let's do the final instance because that has the most loot. And then just win the battle. Yeah, nice. Now everything has enough space, which is pretty good. Although, wait a second, what? Why is this second row showing if I didn't actually need it? I guess that wasn't the same amount of space. But yeah, I think we need to change this too. Also, we should probably revamp that UI to one of the mockups that Kevin/Dark sent. Okay, so looks wise, I think it's fine. I think we need to move the position of the enchanter crystal and the flee button. Move position of enchanter crystal and flee button while a battle is running. Yeah, heyo. Grant all things button. Yeah. Maybe we should have just made it grant all things. Okay, I don't even think there's any major code change here, right? Instance slot, canyon. Yeah, I'm not going to look at the scenes because Dark included a picture and all the pictures look good. There has to be a code change at least. Yeah, here. 3 times. Okay. Yeah, okay. This looks good. Hey, hi, Kisti. Wondering if you know any recruiting agencies for software development and QA area in the US. I don't, unfortunately. When I was looking for a job a while ago, which now probably a lot of this is out of date anyway. Where is this? I don't even have this somewhere. Let me see if I can find this. I kept track of a list of sites that I used, but I don't know how many of those are going to be useful now. Yeah, I made this document 4 years ago, but I'll share it in chat. So these were the resources I'd compiled. And like I said, I have no idea what's even useful anymore. But these aren't necessarily agencies. And yeah, but that's it. That's all I've got. So barring that, I'd say you'd have to probably connect with some people in your area or talk to other professionals, maybe ones who have the sort of job you want, and see what they went through. Yeah, you're welcome, but I don't think it's going to be that helpful. So do keep in mind that if that list seems like it's kind of worthless after you look through 1 or 2 entries, don't look through the rest of it. And yeah, probably just talk to some people in your area. All right, so I think we can just merge this. I don't think there's any issue here. I mean, I would want to move these buttons and stuff, but I'm just going to mark it as future work. Okay, so that's done. Next up, what's the next highest number? 375 we already looked at, so 378. Fix object placements, extract trees into new scene. Pretty important PR. Trees also exist in the town scene, means a big tile map layer data chunk was there for no reason. Okay. Apart from extracting trees, main goal is to fix some visual glitches. What are these colors? Is this just when there are a bunch of tile map layers and there's a tile missing for all of them? Editor was showing a bunch of exclamation marks. Oh, cool. Huh. Okay. Yeah. They're just missing files. Oh, neat. Yeah, I was wondering why they're different colors. All right, so what changed in here? We moved everything out into environment, and yeah, I got rid of a gigantic chunk inside of town scene. How nice. This is going to cause such major issues in my own branch, probably. But we're putting that nightmare off for a little bit. So let's go check this out. This is 378. Stash your changes. I shouldn't have even had changes. All right. So I'm not concerned about any of this stuff other than a git pull origin main rebase. Conflict. All right, so what have we got? The order of these things changed. Let me take a look at this. What is this? Environment.tscn? Environment.tscn. Environment and portal. Yeah. Object placement, extract trees. Okay, I am a little bit confused. There's only one commit here. So what did this change? It had this up here originally, and main doesn't have it up there? What is it called? Town seed? Portal. No, this is also on line 5. What? All right, let's look at this in the merge editor. Oh, the UIDs are gone. Oh my God, I didn't even notice that. Can we just leave them deleted? What does it even do? Is that the only problem? That's the only problem. And what, I have UIDs or I don't? Dark did not have UIDs here. Okay, so let's say we delete them and then we open up the editor. What happens? Let's accept this. And now complete merge. Continue. That should be it. Yeah, now when we open this up, what happens? I don't have any changes, so it didn't do anything. Portal. No, there is a... What? What is happening? How is it? Oh, I don't get this at all. I don't get it. The portal now has a UID. I accepted the change adding it. Okay, then I just picked the wrong one. Although I guess that's fine. I'm going to say that's fine. All right, let's push this. Git push dark. Actually, if I just do a git stats, it'll tell me the branch. There it is. Git push dark fix object placement. Now we're going to need a dash force. Yeah. Okay. So I go back to this. We should see my change there. And we should be able to just click merge. All right. This is all the easy part, by the way. The hard part is going to be when I merge this into my branch. That's the end boss. All right, I should probably take a break and then we'll just continue with these. I don't think these will be that hard. What is this one? Adds a simple menu button that changes the window mode between windowed, borderless, and full screen. Yeah, I'm guessing this will be pretty straightforward. Also, this shouldn't really have any conflicts with anything else too. Hey, Layla. I am just about to take a break, but things are going well. I have a note to myself that I should be taking a break like once an hour. It's currently 9:23. Remember that at 11:30, there's going to be mentoring and then lunch and then more streaming. But for now, this is just a short break. So is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, as usual, for those who've never seen this, you can type join in Twitch chat to play and then jump and have fun while I'm gone. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Wow, look at that. All Skeleseller people. Close the game. That pattern was evil. I saw one of your jumps you made toward the end. It looked pretty good. What is happening right now? Hang on a second. Something weird is going on. I can't click. What? Wow, yeah, something really weird just happened. A window went invisible. And when I tried to click where it was, it did this thing. Okay. Well, I don't know what caused that. All right, let's pick up where we left off here. So it's 382. Take a look at this. More succinct, more fitting for constant data since there are immutable references to data. Yeah, seems pretty good. Loads, items are properly created through instance load, no further issues. Yeah, I think I already looked at this and I think this looks good. Because thankfully this is still the same definition of data. So, oh, parameter names had to be capitalized now. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. It does look like a big diff, but that's the only thing that really changed here. Oh, and this. Why is that not needed? Huh. Why is that not needed? This is currently null exclamation mark right now. Why though? Git create. Yeah. What if I didn't do that? Non-nullable field must contain null value. Does that mean... I don't follow this right now. Check out, what is this, 382? No, this... Well, that might be stale. Hey, DJ. How you doing? Don't think you have to knit with null on struct. It's weird that you wouldn't, though, because what would the default value be? Their value types are no null? Oh, I guess the default value would be everything with its zero value? Thing is, I guess we do have zero values for all of this. Except for vector 2i. Let me redo. So I said create anyway. Yeah, it is. I was just curious why this is the case, but I think we're good here. Yeah, I think we're good here. Okay. Cool. Let's go merge it. And then the same thing over here, which I did not look at this one yet. Not adding the auto close tag. So if both parts are merged, close 101. As in 382 converts this. Since we're using name parameters, definitely quite huge. That's only because the uppercase changes. Can't document params in short struct syntax. So I had to add the existing summary from is conferred to sum into the record itself. Not ideal, but it's the only way. There's also param_ref. All right, I'll have to take a look at what this changed. Let me add the boilerplate back in. Okay. All right, so what was that? That was on is conferred to summon. Yeah, let's go take a look at that. Is conferred to summon. Here it is. Let's check this out. This is inside of ability data. Can we not put a param here? Like if I just delete this whole thing and type this. Yeah, we could. Yeah. I would just put this here then. When this is true. Yeah. Now when you hover over this, okay. I don't mind if that doesn't show. But I think this is the way I would probably do this. Out of curiosity, if we put a summary tag here, test, that shows. Yeah, I think it's okay. Now try hovering the param here. Wait, why didn't this code thing work? Oh my God, because that's not how you do this. Oh, I keep doing that. It's this style. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I think that's probably how I do this. Let's look at the rest of the diff though. So this is another one of those like very noisy diffs that doesn't really have anything to look through. Yeah. This is all pretty much the same. Any other comments over here? No, that's it. Yeah, I mean, I think this looks good so far. I don't see any issue. Yep, cool. That's it. So I gotta just check in my thing. Move comment to, yeah, move comment. It's just, I think the param tag is a better fit than summary. I'm not even gonna write anymore. I don't think that's important. So now push this to convert ability data to struct. Cool. And then merge this. Done. Okay. What's next? I'm gonna merge in my branch now, I think. This is what I was saying is the final boss of all of this work. This is not gonna be fun. Oh, this is definitely not gonna be fun. All right, so let's go back to main for a sec here. Your branch is behind. Oh, then I pulled, so now it's not anymore. All right. Glad I'm using Git Kraken for version control. Git looks confusing. Isn't Git Kraken backed by Git? Or are you just saying using Git directly looks confusing? Yeah, I think it is. I don't remember if I've ever used Git Kraken. All right, so we're going to check out the branch that I have, and then we're going to merge in main. The question is, should I rebase? Or should I just merge? I think I should just merge. Yeah, I don't think I want to do a rebase because I don't want to have to go through every commit. Oh, I have to specify no rebase. All right, here we go. Oh, I really don't want to do this. Does button even work? Yeah, there we go. All right, all right, all right, all right. First of all, what are we even looking at? Current is mine. So the load steps change. That on its own doesn't tell us anything. This. I added an index. God, what does index even mean? I don't even know. Godot control. I think it's a tab index, maybe? It's not here. Node maybe has it. There's get index. Turns this node's order among its siblings. First node's index is 0. If include internal is false, returns the index ignoring internal children. All right, so why was this set in my branch? I did something in the skill tree. I don't even remember what. Oh, I remember now. I added the background. Why did that add an index? Added it everywhere, right? Well, presumably, yes, it did. Okay, yeah. Hey, hello. It goes the pretty UI. My brain needs that. No, that's totally cool. Hey, Smack. All right, well, this is part of it. So we're gonna have to accept the combination of things, but we got to be very careful about how we do this. So it's gonna be a separator, but it's gonna have index 1 at the end. Everything else is the same parent, right? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, cool. So accept incoming. and then change it to add in the index. Now we just have to do that like 6 more times. Oh, God. Oh, man. All right, so stats container, it should be the same basic thing. A custom minimum size over here. Interesting. Okay, well, we will put index 3 there. I wonder if this will just get automatically re-added if I hadn't done this way. Manual resolution. All I changed is this. Why is it highlighting everything? Who knows? Who knows? Now the index of character health is 0. Again, I don't know why this is happening. But accept incoming, sure. All right, what next? Character power index equals 1. Character fortitude index equals 2. All right, we only have like 3 more of these. And at least I have a strategy now for handling these. This is called separator 2 instead of H separator 3. So we never refer to separators by their name in the code, so that's not going to be a problem. This is index 7. And I feel like the numbers of these change. So I'm going to need to look over the indexes before I finalize this. This is index 0. Oh, God. I don't know what I just clicked. It usually selected it, but it didn't select it this time. Can I Command Z? You can't? Are you kidding me? Here it is. Num available skill points. Num available skill points. All right, index 0. This thing is trying its hardest to be unwieldy. It keeps scrolling for some reason. All right, and then the only other thing that changed was the number of load steps. I don't know what that should be, so how about we just save the file? No, that's probably stupid. Let's set this to 16. We can't do that. Let's accept incoming. There. Now complete merge. Do you want to complete, what, 2 conflicts? Scroll background? Oh, we didn't have that before. Oh, that's going to change everything, isn't it? So we want this and this. Well, we can't accept this? No, it already emerged. Okay, 1 more conflict. It thinks this is the conflict, but I don't actually see the problem here. I added an index, and the index is showing down there. Margin container, everything else. There's no accept button over here either. Oh, because it thinks it's a manual resolution. What do I have to do about this then? It's not a conflict anymore. I'm gonna just type a 0 here. I'm gonna say that fixed it. Okay. We have more conflicts. Oh, this might mess everything up. Missing dependencies. How's there a missing dependency? What's missing? I don't even see a missing dependency. I just close this, I don't care. All right, I want to open the skill tree. Incoming node's name clashes with this already in the scene. The less nested node will be renamed. Please fix and resave the scene. VBox container, panel container, scroll background. There are multiple scroll backgrounds? Oh God, there are. Whoa, it's Redbeard. Aren't you supposed to be asleep right now? Is this a video game you're making? What's going on here? Yeah, it is. I'd love to show it to you, but I have broken everything. But it's called Skeleseller. Getting ready for bed. Aw, man. If only I could demo the game right now. Actually, I can, but it'd have to be an old version. Or just back out of everything I'm doing. But I guess I can show you the overview here. It's a game where you start a town, and it's mostly idle, very laid back, very casual. And you send adventurers into battle. They collect items for you, which you then sell in your town. So here's a view of the town. There's a little worker moving around with a potion. They'll eventually put it here. Customers will come buy it. Funny how something breaks every time you want to show the game to someone. Well, in this case, it's like we know this is a nightmare change, and I am partially through the nightmare. Ugh. Anyway, I'm working toward, it's currently what? Yeah, the 4th. On the 22nd, I'm hoping to launch the next alpha of it. And there's a lot of work to be done before then. We've been working on the customer stuff. I need to finish sound effects. I've been working on a music track that I haven't finished, which honestly, if this doesn't make it in, I guess it's fine, but I'd like to spend some free time on that. And then what was the other thing? Oh yeah, oh, how could I forget? Balance and sort of the tutorial, I guess, again. So yeah, these are going to be massive, and I want to prioritize all this stuff today. We got to still work through PRs, and in about an hour and 45 minutes, I've got mentoring coming up. By the way, for anyone who hasn't heard yet, I promised my mentees 9 sessions, and we're coming up on the 9th with Beardage, and then I scheduled the 9th with 3D Extended, and we're up to 8 with Rami so far. So this will have followed their journey since what, December of last year and January of this year. So pretty much 9 sessions will have taken a year to do. So I'm very interested in seeing this. Then I'm thinking I may ask them to write some testimonials in case I end up charging money for this eventually. Anyway, Red, how did the stream go? I hope you like watching someone have a nightmare on stream. What's the mentoring? The mentoring is what I would call career mentoring. It's a little bit hard to fully categorize though, because sometimes it turns more into like life coaching. But it's all totally free for the mentees. I've got playlists on YouTube for all the people I've just talked about there. And I guess I did one-off session so far too, and that's also there. But I find that if you're in software engineering and you think you might be in sort of a similar situation as one of the mentees, that typically there's some value for you. But that's going to happen in, like I said, about an hour and 45 minutes. So if you want to just stick around for that, you'll be able to see. It's not a very interactive session with chat. I can't focus on keeping notes and mentoring and also talking to chat at the same time. 10.5 hours. Switches in Pokemon Pocket. You didn't switch. You just brought it onto the stream. you were playing even at the beginning. Can't get a coin flip to save my life, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I went to bed at a normal time. Actually, I tried a new strategy, which is clearing my mind before sleeping. That was quite nice. And I think I've been sleeping better. I've always tried different kinds of meditation, and I think it works pretty well. Understandable. I'll check it out. Yeah. And let me know what you think too, because one of the concerns I had is I'm doing this for free. This doesn't get a lot of views. It's not interactive with chat. So it's like I'm providing value for almost like one person or maybe 2 or 3. And just, I don't know. I like it. I like having an impact on someone's career. But it's kind of a weird thing to stream, I suppose. At one point I hit 11 heads in a row. That's 1 out of 2,048. The chance of that happening. Which is this. A 0.05% chance. So congratulations. All right, how many conflicts are there here? 2? 2 isn't bad. How hard are the conflicts though? Too bad I wasted on Pokeschlop. I don't even know what, is Pokemon Pocket a new game? Because I looked this up. Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket. Is this a mobile game? I mean, it's got to be a mobile game. Yeah. Why does... No, never mind. I'm guessing this has like 1 billion downloads. Not responsible for the content of any linked website that is not operated by the Pokemon Company. Yeah, I don't think there's any risk going to the Google Play Store. 5 million plus downloads. Wow. And pretty good reviews. Well, this is probably going to make them a boatload of money. It's like a simplified version of the TCG. You know, I played the Game Boy game, the Pokemon trading card game, but I owned Pokemon cards, and I don't think I ever once maybe played the game, or maybe I tried and didn't understand the rules or something. I never really liked playing card games a whole lot until Hearthstone. But Hearthstone, I quit back like maybe 1 year after it came out. I think it was like 2015. And I quit in a fantastic way. I crafted a golden mill house mana storm and then disenchanted it and then crafted it and then disenchanted it and burned all my dust down to 0 and then did the same thing with gold somehow. Yeah, it's a new game. I wonder when it came out. Would have a lot of reach though, or you're doing something great for the community? I'm glad I'm doing it, and I want to keep it up. I want to figure out what it looks like in the future too, because it probably won't be very long series like it was now. Is there any company that does development correctly and properly? Everyone I go to seems by hacky software. God knows how it still works. I think it's worth understanding why this happens, because it's not just coincidence that every company seems to do this. And I was talking about this the other day, but here's what I generally think happens. It's someone has an idea, and maybe it's for a business, maybe it's for fun, but either way, they have the idea and they just code that thing, and they're just concerned with launching that thing. And then it catches on. And once it catches on, then they're like, okay, now we need new features and we need new whatever else, and we need to hire and we need to expand. And at no point does the software quality become the forefront of your focus. And if you haven't pursued a product for a business yet, I don't think it's clear why that happens. And you're probably seeing it happen with Skeleseller too. It's like, we haven't been working on unit testing. And people ask about this a lot. Why aren't you doing that? Shouldn't it improve code quality? And it's like, yes, it probably would improve the code quality, but it would slow down development velocity to the point where maybe we're writing tests for something that then gets cut the next week or changed the next week. And now we're just walking a little bit more glacially each time. So I think it's sort of the natural growth, and it's just software. Like, I think it is what it is. I don't think there's a lot of changing this, and I think some companies are better about it than others, but in general, it's just sort of a fact of life in software development. October 30th, I flew to New Zealand to get it a few weeks early on my phone. Didn't people do this a lot with Pokemon Go? They like hacked their GPS coordinates or something to try to get all the best whatevers. I don't know. I didn't play the game. When Pokemon Go first came out, this is that UID thing again. I think I'm just gonna accept this one. When Pokemon Go first came out, excuse me, I went to a local park and it was swarming with people, and it was super cool to see. But this park also had some runners there, and the runners were like physically blocked by all the people trying to catch Pokemon. I thought that was kind of funny. All right, what is this? More UID stuff? Hopefully these UIDs actually correspond to something. Do they? They don't. No, wait, shop sign. They do. All right, is there anything new here? The town hall sign. I see where the merge conflict comes in now. What do we have? World object. So we need both of these things. Can we accept the combination? Incoming first or current first? I don't know which one matters here. I guess it matters what order it would be in the scene, and I just don't know. But probably the town hall sign should be first. Let's do this. Accept combination and then put the town hall sign above this. Yeah, make it work first, refactor later. I mean, generally, that's what I think. Unless a refactor is fast enough to do ahead of time or is going to cause so much tech debt later, maybe you lose context while you're doing it. I learned that making my game right now for Unity and personal. One quick fix I'll make better later becomes a permanent solution. If you yeah, I think part of that too is software experience, making sure you know when something is brittle enough that it's going to be hard to change later. And that's where I think encapsulation is super important. If you keep everything within a certain file, let's say you have something like town.cs and it's 100 lines of code and it does something bad, but it's contained in that 100 lines of code, it's easy enough to change later. But if you do something like make a bunch of globals and now they become interspersed throughout your code and you try extracting them later, that's going to be really hard to do. Never set a bot to play Pokemon Go and keep my town's gym yellow. I don't know what this means. I know what the first part means. Possible to delete some of this text and just explode the game you're working on without any idea what you just did, like an extra apostrophe. So generally when you're building code, like if I tried to build this right now, one of the things you'd see is red text at somewhere. Well, it's not red, I guess, but it says error, merge conflict mark. So if you had an apostrophe in the wrong place, you'd see an error. It would point to the line of code. You'd go to that line of code and you'd look at it and realize what's wrong. What's more insidious is pretty much what you see happening with Hearthstone. Like they have disconnects. You said the disconnect rate is rising. They probably don't know why those disconnects are happening exactly. And yet the code works and it builds and they've published it. People are playing. Those are a lot harder. One thing I did sit on testing is the game server. Game Saver. Oh, it changed quite a bunch. Yeah. Also Game Saver has the most blast radius, I think. Are globals a good or bad thing? Generally a bad thing. It all depends on what exactly you're doing, but imagine writing some code where you just have something like int tile size equals 16, and then this is in file A, and in file B somewhere, you see something where it's like, whatever, 5 times tile size. and you're like, what is tile size? The reason this is bad is because sometimes you have globals that you want to make not globals in the future. So imagine you have a map that has a tile size of 16 and you have another one that has a tile size of 24. Like, do you now need to gut that global everywhere and make specific ones? And it's like, yeah, you should probably do that ahead of time. Just last down, that's it. I think this is part of it. Who cares? Some companies and developers sacrifice security and robustness for user-friendly and convenience. But I don't think that's the entirety of it. I think code quality is on an orthogonal axis to security and convenience. You can have perfect code and have it be convenient, and you can have perfect code and have it be secure. Hey, Bang. I work with 2 devs building a lot of product. We add tests to the core of the feature, and if we find a bug, yeah, I think that's great. And by the way, when you have customers, that's pretty much the way you should proceed with software, is make sure you don't break their experience, right? And the way you do this is by adding tests. And then yes, whenever you find a bug, you make sure it doesn't regress by adding a test to that sort of thing. Let me ask you a question that I hope doesn't sound offensive. It's already offensive. Are the people watching the stream watching to learn, interested in the game, watching you, combination of those things, or something else you reckon? I think a lot of people are doing what I'd call co-working. What Red's probably thinking is, this is so boring. Why would anyone watch this? I think part of it's co-working. I think part of it's to learn. I think part of it's for the actual product that I'm making, which in this case is Skeleseller. And I think there's like some small amount of entertainment factor. There are a bunch of people who watched over the years who've said, I don't know how to code, and this is still interesting enough for me to watch. Like usually when I'm not in this nightmare situation of I've broken the whole game, I'm iterating on something. And as of late, it's been the customer system. So you get to see the game evolve as I'm coding it. And I think that's interesting for some people. I'm just here waiting for Jump Royale. I'm watching for the keyboard action. Co-work and inspiration for good development habits. Yeah, also I've been streaming since roughly like 2015, although I've been doing different things in that time. And there are enough people, it's been long enough now where there are people who've gotten entire college degrees while watching. And it's always nice when people are like, hey, I became a coder and I learned a lot watching you, and now I'm a professional. I've been working for 2 years. So I think that also helps. So that fits into the learning though. Here for the relaxed atmosphere and co-working. Game looks interesting, but I don't understand code other people write. Yeah, by the way, for anyone who is trying to learn and who's like, hey, why did you do a particular thing here? I'm happy to explain that stuff. A lot of people have asked me about like the entity component system I've written for this, or a lot of extensions I use. Whenever I do something like this and I say like hi.repeat 100, or I evaluate text in VS Code, people are like, how did you do that? So I'm happy to share any of this stuff. I try to keep commands for everything. If you go to a.bot.land, you can just type in whatever you want. Like this that I shared with Redbeard yesterday. my wonderful cat. But yeah, they're all here. And that way you don't need to type a bunch of stuff in chat if you want to figure something out. Amazed when someone started a blog or stream or content 10 years ago and still doing it. Yeah, my general process was in 2015. I was working on a game called Botland. And this took about 5 years to do. And it was super cool and I loved it. It was very unique in that you wrote scripts for bots. So something like this, if will missiles hit any valid target, then fire missiles. And then your bots played out that strategy. But it was a gigantic game and it was multiplayer, and I don't know, there are a bunch of mistakes I made. So anyway, then I tried pivoting to what I now have the branding of Adam Learns. And that was supposed to be me making courses. And then I just didn't give it enough runway and went back to work in the industry for 3 years. And then I came back as of December 4th of last year, I think. And I've been back now for whatever it is, 11 months. I guess almost to the day, right? No, to the day. Hey, Matt. Happy Monday. And hey, Beardage. I like the co-working aspect since I'm remote. Yeah. Yeah. Having my dinner I watch as Adam is great educational and coding. Fun to see things being built. Well, thanks for answering, chat. I'm watching Kill Time. I should be working, but I'm on break. I find that if I chat in someone's stream while I'm trying to work, that it's much, much harder for me to work. Because I think, what if the streamer's responding to me right now? All right, we have 3 conflicts remaining here. The town hall sign, which we're definitely adding in. But hopefully that doesn't break this. Is this different? I'm gonna accept both of these, and we're gonna see what happens with world objects. I don't think that did what I wanted it to do. Yeah, I think the combination is nothing. coming from the left. And what is this one? External resource for this. Yeah, see, this doesn't have a merge button here. And I don't know why. World objects. It got this, huh? Yeah, this isn't even a conflict. Oh my God. That shouldn't be there. Oh boy. Where did this description come from? None of this should be here. This like lamp's height stuff. But this also shouldn't be a merge conflict. Oh, I just can't wait until we can finally run the game again. God. Was the Twitch Adam Learns name taken? Yeah. And I was in contact with them, but then I think I got like auto blocked when I sent them my email address. Ever considered challenging Pirate Software to a live code off and whoever wins gets the other channel viewers? I just like absorb their souls or something. There are coding competitions, but I don't think I would do that. Makes it so hard for me to work. Yeah, I think, you know, I don't have music playing. I don't have a lot of loud noises or anything. I think if you haven't chatted and you're just lurking, it'll hopefully be easier to do this sort of thing. World objects thing shouldn't be there anymore. It's in an extracted scene. Okay, I'm going to delete this whole thing, which I can't even do like that. Great. So let's just accept this one. It says there are two conflicts. I don't even think either one of these matters. I'm going to complete this. It doesn't have any conflict markers, I hope. Let's take a look at that. Town scene.tscn. World objects. Oh God, it doesn't even exist. Oh no, it just has a space. Whew. Okay, I think we're good. And I think we have, what, 2 of these left? Yeah, and these can't be that hard. What's my age? You're not gonna like this answer. Adam's age. It takes a second on YouTube. But there you go. To find my age, you must first complete a series of puzzles. Yeah, enough people ask me that I thought, you know what, fine, I'll tell people. But you've got to do some work yourself. Easier to be motivated while someone else works as well. Yeah, and if anyone's heard of body doubling, especially if you have ADHD, I think it's pretty much the same concept. All right, this is unusual. We replaced right with down here. I don't know why this would have been done. But it means I did it. But why would I do that? Oh, I do not understand this. Okay, let's go take a look. Worker.tscn. Facing down holding item. Older than Python and younger than COBOL. Was it for the idle state animation? I don't remember. That's the problem. I guess we could look at my branch and probably see. Yeah, let's do that. Because that might tell me why I did this. Where is that branch? Revamp customers. All right, now go to worker.tscn. And then look at the history of this. Update walking speed animation. This did it? But why? I just changed the speeds. I didn't change anything else. Oh, that's the default. Okay, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Where's the age link? I'll type it in both chats, sorry. Hey, Godzilla. There used to be, so straw poll used to exist and then stopped existing, and now I think it exists again. Yeah, but anyway, when it stopped existing, I had to get rid of the survey I had in there. But there was a survey at the end of it that said something like, did you have fun? And not everyone said yes to that. I guess they completed it anyway, but they must have gotten frustrated at some point along the way. I feel bad. All right, now what's this? This is the change to a record, right? Yeah, but I must have added something here. What would I have added, though? For this to be messed up. Item data. Let's go find out. Come on. Item data.cf. We're almost there. We can maybe possibly almost run the game. Make customers tip for desired items. What did I modify for this? Just basing off looks? Your guess is early 38 to early 40s. Oh, that was another one of the survey questions. Do I look younger or older than what you actually found out that I am? Yeah, and that was also pretty mixed. That was more like a normal curve, I'd say. All right, what do we change here? We put we changed this to a long. Okay, then that's easy enough to change. So we're going to accept this entire thing. Is it current or incoming? It was hard to tell. It is incoming. And we change this to a long. Yes. Done, except for I did not mean to click that. Yep, definitely didn't mean to do that. Close out of this. Close. Stop it. All right. How do we continue with this? This, and then commit. Can we run this? If we can run this, that'd be amazing. Please work. It says building at the bottom. Never finished it personally. Also, GPT can't figure out one of them. Yeah, I'm not gonna say something that would help reveal it. Best overload for ability data doesn't have a parameter named icon ID. All these should be capitalized. What happened here? Oh, I know what happened here. This is my code, which doesn't have this stuff. And hopefully it actually is icon ID like that, right? Data icon ID, yeah, it is. Do we have anything else here? No, just max level. Okay, I think we only have one more error. Then we'll find out what it really did. Did it revert everything from the PR? No. This is just from the town hall. I added in a new skill tree. And I think this is the last problem that we have. And we're going to do the same thing we did over here. There. I think it'll work now. I am quite hopeful because I'd like for the nightmare to be over. The last time we had a bunch of merge conflicts that was painful was when we moved a bunch of instance stuff around, I think. What happened? Is it going to build? Is it going to work? It says building. Oh, it's loading. Nice. Okay, cool. So let's see what's broken here. Everything. Oh, town hall sign is no longer set as having a unique name. I don't know how that could have happened. Also, I think the scroll background is broken here because there are two of them, but maybe we can just delete one. Okay. Now what about the town scene? Town hall sign. Incoming node's name clashes. Please fix and resave the scene. Oh yeah, look at that. Why were there two though? Must have been a bad merge. Still changes there in the viewer. I still need to commit the merge. Okay, now it's working. All right, so what should we see? We should see the town hall. So I should be able to build this. And yeah, we don't have a background for this, so they're just buttons showing up over the top of everything. But hopefully these buttons work. Do we have a third customer now? They should show up right over there. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Third customer working. We should have the new skill tree. That's totally broken. But it looks like there are elements and that this is showing up in the wrong order. And maybe that's the problem. We just need the scroll background to be the background and not the foreground. This has a parent of panel container. Maybe it had a different ordering. I'm very concerned about this. Huh. Let me take a look at that commit. This should have changed the skill tree. Man, I want to show people this for anyone who hadn't seen the change. But Quickie Joe made some amazing icon work. This doesn't even have changes to the skill tree according to this. Oh, here it is. Where does the overlay go? Scroll background. Parent is the panel container. It might have been in a different order then. Maybe we just move this up. Yes. Oh, thank God. Oh, let's try that. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so for anyone who remembers the old view of this, we had, well, this style icon here, these ones from gameicons.net, and now this looks more like an actual UI in the game. Yeah, nice. Okay, everything seems functional. Can we get into battles? Yes. This is definitely larger text, right? I think it is. Yeah, it is. So that got larger. Let me take a picture of that. Hey, Funky Monkey. Hey, 3D Extended. Yeah, the UI is Quickie Joe's doing. I can't take credit for it. Yeah, these numbers got bigger. Right? Yeah, they got bigger. Think I cracked the code on scalable software? Yeah, what'd you learn? Yeah, I'm very happy with how this looks. There are still some changes I think we need to make, but in general, I think it's looking pretty good. There's also one other thing I forgot to do, which is we need to swap out the font. Swap out the Hand of Sean font. It's only usable with a fee. I'm actually not sure about this. I don't know if anyone has any clarity, but this is planned to be commercial software, but it isn't right now. So when you're getting a license for something, which do you get? Do you get the commercial license or do you get the personal license? And yeah, did that get larger with the change we did to rich text label? Yeah. Yeah, I might not have set it back to the original font size. I don't actually even mind the difference in size of the text. I think it's fine. I do think we should probably make it a little bit smaller. Make the battle font a bit smaller for floating text label. Yeah. Okay. Usually just get personal licenses since that's cheaper. Well, I don't ever want to violate the terms of a license. And at least with this font that I found, it says right on here, if you want to use this for commercial use, including nonprofit, you must purchase a license. But like I said, I'm not actually selling the game yet, and we're not going to keep this. Like, I don't want to spend $29 to have this in even a temporary version. You know what? We'll just probably remove it in the next 2 weeks. That way nobody ever sees it. Yeah, I think it's fine. Just find some other font before checkpoint number 4. Yeah. Never inherit behavior, only types. This will make reasoning about your code exponentially easier. Oh, I see. Scalable in terms of just the size of the code base. Yeah, if it's for sale. Yeah, that's what I would guess too. You know, this is one of those things that I determined when I was looking up how people do e-commerce stuff. A lot of people don't ever pay consumption taxes or don't ever remit them. And a lot of people don't even know what this means or what a consumption tax is. But anything like VAT or sales tax. And if you're selling, you know, widgets online, you're selling whatever t-shirts or something, like there is a consumption tax. Pretty much every country has them. And you need to pay those governments the taxes. And figuring that out is like just a whole battle. So people just typically don't do it, and nobody cares because they're not making millions of dollars off of t-shirts usually. So it's like, why go after someone for the $17 they owe your state or your country? And I think it's the same thing with font licenses. Like, obviously you should do it. I'm not advocating for stealing stuff. I'm just saying if you didn't, it's not like someone's probably going to come after you. You set up a company sometime soonish. My country makes that hard. What country, if you don't mind sharing? Because the US makes it pretty easy, and I have been very impressed with every level of government I've talked to. Like city government, federal government, the IRS, the whatever, any Department of Revenue sort of thing. They've always been knowledgeable and pretty quick. What is this? Basic fonts. Okay, yeah. This is fine. Unfortunately, it's clogging everything and probably killing the encoder right now. Wow, really? The file is like 14 pages long? Stupid fonts. What is that? It's a font TRES file. So TRES are the things that Godot uses, and I guess it's storing glyph data or something like that in there. Germany, there are a billion regulations for it. Yeah. All right. Well, this should be pretty quick to look through. handwritten, yeah. It's fine. Yep. Yep. The rest of this should all just be merged stuff anyway. Oh, wait, that's it? What? Why did... No, that's not it. I'm strange. Yeah, these are the icons. You know how there are people out there who can look at colors and tell you what the hex code is? I wonder if there's anyone who can just make an SVG by typing in the paths. You could probably make a square or something pretty easily. I do not want to scroll through all these things. Yeah, did anything meaningfully change here? No, I don't think so. All right, so I guess commit this. Now, why are these changes here? These are UID changes. And there's an empty separator that's now gone from this. Maybe that's something Quickie Joe removed? I do that all the time. The color thing or the SVG thing? Hey, Wheelus. And yeah, I'm doing well. I'm really, really excited about the next launch. It's not a major launch. It's an alpha version still. But the difference between checkpoint 3 and checkpoint 4 is pretty massive. And I've been documenting all these changes so I can eventually write the patch notes. The SVG pads? Really? Oh man, that's nuts. Yeah. So for a quick rundown, although you'd have to have played the game to know what any of this means, but the storeroom was made worthwhile. We added a vault. We added the enchanter so you can disenchant items. There's now a proper title screen right there. And I've composed some of the music for this, but I haven't actually finished it. Does this work? Yeah. So picture this. Whoops. Hang on a second. All right. Anyway, I don't have enough keys on the keyboard to do that. But I need to make that, which I was thinking of doing just on piano, not instrumenting it completely. And then maybe only having like a minute of it, and then it just loops. And then you will go into the game, it'll play the main theme, and then eventually it'll play the other themes. Mail a JetBrains team with a similar query for my education license might not help, but drop my question on and their response in Discord. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just going to make a judgment call here. Also, I mean, the way that suing someone works typically is that you sue for damages, and it's hard to prove damages for something like this. That was a banger. I only played a few chords, but thank you. Yeah, I want to do a music stream after Checkpoint 4 launches. All right, we got to look into this too. Where art thou, code? Did the empty separator go away? Separator. No, it was added, and I've deleted it. That's no good. How did this go away? I guess let's revert it. Margin container. I think the indexes changed on this stuff. I'm not going to worry about this. Yeah, I'm going to say everything else is fine. So let's just see what that separator did. And let's make sure we can still build the town hall. If that's the case, then I think we're probably fine. Run this again. Yeah. So relaxing. Gotta make sure I'm keeping an eye on time too. Okay, so town hall, can we build this? Yes. Can we also now see the separator between these? Yeah. I really like this separator graphic. Pretty cool. All right, let's check this in. This is like, well, you should probably just amend the last commit actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, let's do that. Amend. Yes, great. Okay, so sync changes. Now we do have one more PR. I don't think I'm even going to do that. I think I want to take a look at some of this other stuff because we have about an hour and 14 minutes before mentoring. And let me take a look at what's missing here. The outline shader, which still needs some work, and then this, which I think can be plopped in at any given time. This is what's going to add in windowed, borderless, full screen. Right now, it's forced to be windowed. Actually, yeah, I assume it's forced to be windowed. I don't know what borderless looks like on Mac. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like on Mac. But you can't enter full screen right now. Do we need to center the skill rows? I think I want to center them. I don't want to just override what Quickie Joe did. Oh, God. This already existed? There are 2 now. Yeah, ugh. Man, merging is just such a nightmare sometimes. Yeah, there. I think we're good. I don't know why this moved. Maybe the separator shouldn't have even been there to begin with. Yeah, it's not an actual separator for anything now. It should have been up here, which is right below level up. What is this? The train button? Yeah, the train button. That makes a lot more sense. Where's the train button there? This is still not good. How do I put this where it belongs? I don't even see the stats. Where are the stats? Something's amiss. Oh no, it's up there. Oh my God. That was incredibly dumb. Wow, I was just not paying attention. Yeah, this looks good. On Mac, borderless and full screen look the same, but in the latter, you can't open the Docker status bar. Gotcha. I see. Separator added just a bit. No, that's fine. I think the separator is good. I just didn't know why I ended up with 2 of them. But now I understand. I also don't know why this happens. The text gets all jittery. Got too much caffeine in it. All right, now the index changed for all this stuff. Yeah, let's commit this. Dancing code. You know it. All right, so PR is pretty much done. Now the next thing up here was finish customer stuff, so it's ready for checkpoint number 4. I don't know where we even left off because this was all on Friday and I have erased my memory. Start of game polish, make rare customers. We did this. There were just a couple things we hadn't done, but in general, I think that's good. Oh my God, why are there so many checkboxes? Remake the customer save machine. So that's done too. Start a game polish. Let's move out of here. Remaining town hall work. What do we have? Consider tables inside the skill tooltips. Allow the UI to scroll. Run .NET format. I mean, we've done that. Remove the to-do items inside skip tutorial. Yeah, let's go. Let's do some of this stuff. I want to get this to be passable. I don't want this to be great. I want to make certain that we're giving enough time for sound effects and for balance. And balance is just such a mega task. We don't need it to be perfect, but I want to come up with at least the start of game balance that's fun. You know, you start out, you've got a town with really nothing in it, I guess. And the first adventurer you hire, the first time you train them, the first skill point you get, all of these things I think should be at reasonable real life times. So it's not like, oh, you get the second adventurer, whatever, 10 battles after the first one. It's like you get the second adventurer 10 minutes after you get the first one, something like that. And a lot of that is setting costs and damage numbers, and balancing will take a week. I think balancing will take at least a week. And I think we want to write the balance simulator finally, because we just have too many skills in the game to know how well any adventurer performs compared to the other ones. And I like that there are different builds you can have now. But what's the general strength? And also, I think sort of with any single player game where there are skills, it's like, what high level goal do you have as a designer? Is it like get players to find the good skills? Is it get players to express themselves with a particular build? Are there bad skills? It's like, I know I talk about this game a lot, but if you look at Diablo 2, there are some skills that are kind of just sort of useless. And I don't know, let's just pick the sorceress, for example, here. Like telekinesis, you'd never put more than 1 point into this skill. It added damage, but you didn't use it as a damaging skill. Pretty much the same thing with teleport. And then some of these, like Ice Bolt, pretty much just a useless skill. It's like there were a lot of these that you would just get because they made sense at the time, or because that was game design back in like 1999. Hey, Saltorius, what am I making? You mean like overall game-wise or just the feature? because I know you've been in the stream before. I'm happy to answer either one. I just want to make sure I'm answering the right one. Overall game wise, yeah. Overall game wise, it's a game called Skeleseller. So I didn't share the story of this, but eventually there's going to be a cutscene. You know, you'll click new game, and you'll see a cutscene, and you were an adventurer, and you got bitten by a snake and got poisoned, and you went to the nearest town to try to find an antidote, but they didn't sell any, so you died and became a skeleton and started your own town so that you could eventually sell antidotes and make sure that no one else ever had the same fate befall them. So you would see that cutscene, and you'd open up here, you'd hire some adventurers, and you'd send them to battle. So here we go. It's automated battles. You don't actually directly control them. This is like a semi-active game, I would call it. It's not totally idle. You are still making decisions. It doesn't get to the point where there's these, you know, like doing a quintillion damage per hit. It's not, there are no microtransactions. So I wanted it to be a fun game while you're playing it, but to not last forever. So anyway, you win a battle and you get items, and then you sell those items in your shop. So if I just kind of grant a bunch of items here, we could drag a potion over here, and these customers might eventually go be interested in it and purchase it. And with the money you get from purchases, you can train your adventurers. So this costs 30 gold. And now I can get a skill point and I level up my adventurers. I can build new buildings. So we have a town hall we can build. And this unlocks some different skill trees. So now you can increase the number of max customers you have, increase the customer speed. You can get some other buildings eventually and you know, develop your town. Yeah. Is a demo on Steam? The demo's on itch, but I don't recommend playing it right now because the demo is from, I want to say like 6 or 7 weeks ago. The current demo, I guess. And the next demo is in 18 days. So if you do want to play it, please do wait. And also when you play it, please make absolutely certain to press escape and click provide feedback and fill out this form. But it's going to be a new form when I release the new version. But that feedback is so, so crucial. And if you look at the past feedback we got, it's like you can see, just did you even have fun playing? Did you play a previous version of the game? How'd you find out about the game? I suspect that this is biasing all of the other answers. So most people had fun playing, but also most people found out about the game through me. So I want to eventually test this with people who don't know me. And I've got a plan for that at least. You gonna let me play this on Steam at some point? Yeah. Let you. Don't most people pay you to do that? Red, I've got a really good video for you to watch. Let me find it. Hang on a second. Actually, you know what? I should upload it right now. Hang on. Engage privacy mode. Yeah, good. My voice commands are working. All right, Red, you ready for this? Red's in some like pre-sleep haze and doesn't want to hear any of this stuff. Let me find this really fast. All right, I've already got a testimonial from Redbeard himself. All right, now I just got to find the link. share.bot.land/red testimonial. What though? MP4. All right, here you go, chat. Hang on, does that even work? Yeah, there, it does work. Any tips for a complete beginner on how to get started in backend dev? I mean, the tip for how to get started with kind of any dev is to just sort of do it. But I would say to pick a small project and figure out where you're getting stuck. And I think the really important part is a small project. So for example, maybe it's like a tiny site with a database and you're focused more on the API and the database. And then, yeah, see where that takes you. Most people do, but I figure you're paying just by suffering through Hearthstone. Yeah, I actually had an idea for this. This is VS Code I'm using, yeah. I had an idea for this because I think that playing a game like this as a main game on stream is probably not all that interesting for the streamer. Because a lot of times you are just going to be having a battle like running and maybe we have a couple battles. Let's do this and this and this. Okay, so anyway, you'll have a couple battles running. Your town will just be sort of doing its own thing. And it'd be like, what else am I clicking or doing right now? And there are going to be things eventually, but I think sort of treating this as a background game or a companion game, I think would be good. But I've been trying to keep the budget to a shoestring budget of $500. And so far we've spent about 200, I think. So the whole like reach out to streamers and pay for them to even treat it as a companion game is probably just an unlikely thing. Prison Architect? I haven't played it, but I've seen that game. All right, how are we doing with this? I should take a quick break so you can all play Jump Royale, and I'll be back in a little bit, and then we'll continue with the prioritization of this. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, remember, this only works through Twitch chat, but type join to join, and then jump with J and a number. Have fun. I will be right back in just a little bit. Did I create Jump Royale? Yes. Well, Godzilla, your money was on the wrong person. Close the game. Oh man. Okay, by the way, just so everyone knows, it is 10:30. We are starting mentoring at 11:30. And in the next hour, I'm not sure how much coding exactly we're going to do. I want to just organize my life. And yeah, figuring out what we're working on for the next week or so, I think is, excuse me, maybe more important. Writing the design document will change. We can do that right now. What did change? Added the town hall, contains upgrades for customers. This is pretty much done. This is pretty much done. Customers no longer immediately walk to the first buyable item and purchase it. Rare customers can now spawn that will tip, that move faster and tip when buying. You guys are on the West Coast. I don't know, when you say you guys, I am. I'm in the Seattle-ish area. I don't think a lot of people are on the West Coast in the stream. I've looked at the numbers and it's usually like US, Germany, and what's the third country that's usually in the top? I can't remember. Maybe UK? I think these are the top 3 countries usually. Do I also have a job? This is my job essentially. The job is really development, by the way. Streaming I do for about maybe 18 or 20 hours per week. The most I've ever done is 32, and that practically killed me. It's really, really hard to develop on stream for like a full-time amount, because development is already really, really intense. And then you try adding streaming on top of it, and I'd just be like dead afterward. Seattle here too. Nice. Yeah, Texas. Yeah, I'll pull up the stats really fast because I am actually curious what the third country was that I forgot. Stream summary. I don't know where this even shows up. View details. Okay, from this stream so far, it's been this same 3 countries, but in this order: US, UK, Germany, and then Poland. But remember, this is my morning time, so the afternoon streams are probably a little bit different. Yeah, looking at, well, actually, no, it's pretty much the same. Yeah, US, Germany, UK, Poland. Those are the top 4 in afternoon streams too. So thanks for watching wherever you are in the world. Rare customers can now spawn and move faster and tip when buying. Customers sometimes want specific items and are willing to pay more for them. Customers sometimes stand around, leave town, or just wander around. Did we do anything else here? What else? I guess we could just look at the checkboxes. Yeah, take up a dedicated portion of the screen, .NET format. Oh, we haven't added the recycling druid. We need to do that. Although I don't think we need to do that for checkpoint number 4. We're gonna do the saving and loading stuff. Customer money, just walking speed. Customers spawn on the left side. I don't think that's worth writing down. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, right? This is done. This is done. Manifest customer names. Show lifetime stats. I like this idea. Do other people like this idea? That if you hover over a customer, you could see some details about them. Like maybe this says this is, you know, Bob the Dragon Slayer, and he's spent 400 gold in your town. Is that interesting? Would you want to see that on hover? Should there just be some like page somewhere else? Maybe the town hall has stats. I don't know. Maybe a nice add of flavor. I think what I'll do is I'll move it to the design document, and we'll just put this inside ideas. Customers. Okay, so what if customers had names and you could see their lifetime stats somewhere? I was like seeing how many crows the scarecrows prevented on hover in Stardew Valley. Yeah, I think some of these stats are just fun stats. They're not even necessarily something you do anything about. Because if you knew that Bob the Dragon Slayer spent 500 gold, you can't do anything about that. You can't drag Bob somewhere else in the town. You can't upgrade Bob. you just know that they spend a certain amount of money. That's it. It's just a stat. But I still think it could be worthwhile. I don't think it makes sense as a tooltip since customers can eventually move pretty quickly. But perhaps the town hall can have a dialogue for it. Yeah. Yeah, Bob didn't buy anything, just drag him into the pond. Maybe use some procedural generation to come up with some funny ad-lib profiles. I think that the replayability of this game is probably going to be pretty low. So I don't mind if we just came up with them for all the customers that exist. As affected their character model or walk speed later in depth. Yeah. For now, you control those things through the town hall, which, like I said, is missing a background right now. But yeah, if you want to speed up customers, like if you watch this character, I can speed them up once, twice, 3 times. And now they're pretty much running. You mean the game stats window we talked about before? Yeah, yeah. And I think it could be cool to do that. So I'm gonna write this down. We have considered it now. Consider making the perks tree use a table. See code below. Yes, I think that's important. Didn't I have this written somewhere else though? I had it written here. Yeah, maybe I should just do that now. I don't even think it's hard to do. Branch am I on? Yeah, I'm on the right branch. You know what was a great game? Roller Coaster Tycoon. I used to pick up people and put them on an island they couldn't get off. Yeah, didn't you literally just say you were going to sleep? I had just taken my break, or I would have responded to it. I'm holding you hostage. Anyway, I will chat with you later, by the way, about this stuff. And wait, one last thing before you go, though. Did you see the testimonial video? I was thinking it would remind you of a certain Simpsons scene. Sims pool stairs situation. You saw it, yeah. I was actually gonna like edit Homer in, but I'm like, I've already spent too much time on this. Just downloading your video is hard enough. I had to get some YouTube DL program and figure out how to use it, and then like upgrade it to the nightly build. And yeah, the Sims dying. Man, I bet everybody plays The Sims a little different from everybody else. I like just watching money go up. YouTube DLP. I don't remember what I used. I think it was YouTube DL. But maybe they're the same general thing. Yeah, so we were going to add tables to this, which is here. And the reason I want tables is because right now the way that they show up is like this. You see how it says 1 at level 1, 3 at level 2, 6 at level 3? Like, that is tabular data. We should just throw it into a table. Into a table. All right, so how are we going to do this? Oh, what is this called? Max customers. Yeah, this fork that's nicer to use. I see. Yeah, when I eventually did figure out the command, it wasn't too bad. And it's one of those things I probably would have written notes about. I don't usually need to download other people's YouTube videos. I think if I were like a variety streamer or something doing just gaming content, I might stitch together other people's stuff. All right, so make your town more appealing, causing your maximum number of concurrent customers to go up by this. And then we're going to put a table in here. I'm just going to copy paste this in. Is there a way to do multi-line formatted strings in C#? Multi-line string? Is there like a triple quotes or something? It's an at symbol. You can use the at symbol to form a verbatim string literal. Yeah, that's what I want. Can we use $sign and at? You can. Cool. Hey, Suze. Congrats on the continued development. Hop in just often enough to get snapshots. Thank you very much. Yeah, I am very pleased with how things have been going. You know, I mentioned to my wife that there are a few decisions in our lives that are just sort of like hung on a thread. And I mentioned we adopted our cat, Abby. But my wife was sitting there in the cat cafe with me for like 45 minutes, bored out of her mind because she doesn't really like cats. And she was ready to leave. And I'm like, just come over and pet this cat. And she did. And Abby licked her hand. And then my wife fell in love with the cat. And I was like, you know, if Abby hadn't licked your hand, we wouldn't have had a cat. And now my wife is like, she loves our cat. And I said it was kind of the same thing with Skeleseller. That when I started working on this, I'm like, should I even work with other people or should I try to do this myself? And I answered yes to this question. And as a result, I think the game is doing great. But I owe a lot of that success to the team of people I'm working with. And most of them are actually in chat here right now. But really, all of these people have helped out a lot. And then this last line here, these are assets I've used. So they don't even know that they've helped out, but they've also helped out. But yeah, like I wouldn't have had the Steam page if Ski hadn't offered to help. This is not a small amount of work. And I didn't do most of it. So yeah, pretty amazing. All in all, we all owe it to Abby. Yes, you all do. No, those are only related in that it was another thing that just hung in the balance, the fates of this tiny thread. If I just answered no to this question, or if I was like, you know what, no, I don't think I need this, or I could learn more if I just did this myself, then whew, all that just goes away. Is it free open source software? No, it is not. Yeah. Yeah, everyone who's working on it now is someone who sort of went through like a vetting process. And I think we're at what we need to be able to complete the game. Do you have some random information about customers? Maybe name information from a JSON file? I think we just add that in if we did this. But yeah, we could add some flavor text in there. Could add flavor text in here too. And maybe it even changes over time. E.g., Bob just set out on an adventure and needs gear. Bob slayed 5 dragons. In fact, the dragon slaying stat can increase every time they leave town. Am I paying folks? It's all contingent revenue or contingent compensation, I guess I would say. So it's going to be based on the revenue of the project. And typically it's all probably going to follow the format of like X dollars up or X % of revenue up to Y dollars. That way. That's probably how this stuff's going to work. Because yeah, like I said, the budget of this game was supposed to be $500. Son got a 3D printer. Would you be opposed to me attempting to print Skeleseller themed things? Not at all. That sounds like a great idea. If you want, I could maybe send you... Are there any graphics I could send you that would make it... No, I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe just try with what you can access yourself. And if you need something else, let me know. I wouldn't be making custom art or anything. I would just get you the higher res graphics if we had them. Surprised I don't use Vim. Yeah, I've just never really gotten into it, I guess. I know how to use it. In terms of security, are you looking for anyone, or are you covered? Have you covered that? There really is no security concerns with this game. Like, publishing is going to be done through storefronts, and there is no multiplayer. And the only like attack vector, if you could even call it that, is the save file. And if you modify this, I don't really care. So I can't think of where security would come into play here. By the way, there's no multiplayer, or I should say a backend even. It's not like there's a leaderboard. So the only security concern I guess you would have is any dependencies that maybe you don't trust. But even that's really, really minimal. Any advice for starting an LLC for publishing and such? Advice. I think I need to know what it is that you're struggling with. I started my company back in 2015 when I was working on Botland. And when I did that, I got a lawyer and went with their like startup package. And what they did is they made the contractor contracts. They made the like a terms of service and a EULA for me. They helped incorporate the business. And I think they answered some general questions. And back then it cost, I don't know, like $3,000. I don't know if this was worth it, but a lot of realms like this, I think the most important thing is that you don't feel like you're doing something wrong. And I think that's what you're paying for, is for some expert to tell you like, yeah, this really was as simple as it sounded. I have some general advice for after you've started it. I think I'll just boil it down to 2 things for right now so that I don't overwhelm you and I don't think about this for too long. But one is that don't expect to just do your sort of main thing. So for example, I would say I'm a game developer, but when it comes to forming a business, you have taxes, you have contracts, you have marketing, you have whatever else you need to consider that is not your main thing. Game dev does not fall in any of these. It has nothing to do with any of these. So that's one thing I would say. And the other thing is get some expertise around all of the non-main thing stuff. So like learn a little bit about how taxes work where you live, learn about how to write a contract, learn about what makes an end user license agreement. I've written notes on a lot of this stuff and some of them are public. Maybe not this one. Yeah, I don't think this one is. Let me take a look. EULA. No, I didn't. Anyway, I wrote an end user license agreement for Botland and to just even know what you have to do took me hours. But now that I have it, I wouldn't need to make a new one from scratch. I can build on that. I think it's kind of weird if devs mind you editing it unless there's a real reason. If there are microtransactions, I think that's a good enough reason to prevent it, but there are no microtransactions in this. Is it worth incorporating prior to having a clear path to revenue on a game? No, I don't think so. My stance on business and on just game dev has changed quite a lot. And I think just the biggest thing I would sum it up as is MVP is king. Just like get something that's fun and that you know works and then do the rest. I think a lot of developers just think they have a marketing problem when really they have a game problem. They're making a game and it's just not fun. And it's like no amount of marketing is really going to help with that. And the sort of adjacent thing is true, which is marketing will help everything. So if you do sink $5 million into a bad product, it's going to sell more than it sold without the $5 million. But that doesn't mean it's going to sell well. So yeah, I think it's focus on what's fun. And the way you figure that out is by just going incrementally and getting feedback. And that's what we're doing here. In 18 days, we're going to launch another version. I'm going to get feedback. We're going to process all the feedback, prioritize it, and then pursue it. And I just can't imagine developing this any other way now. Okay, so level and plus max customers. Maybe max customers. This is the increase max. I don't know, extra customers. I'm gonna write it as extra customers, yeah. Okay, now level 1 is gonna be, we can form this dynamically. I know this, but I'm still gonna just do it this way for now. For level 1, delete, delete, delete. 2 and 3. 2 and 3. Okay, now delete this stuff. All right, so how's that look? Make your town more appealing, causing your maximum number of concurrent customers to go up by bonus. Adds max customers according to this table. I don't know about that. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, definitely incorporate before you hire anybody. But if you are making a solo game, I don't think you need to incorporate until you're like, I want to sell something. And then if we're getting really nitpicky and specific here, let's say you're working for 18 months and at 12 months you're like, I'm confident, I want to sell this, then incorporate. Because you will need a little bit of a runway. You can't just like incorporate and then the next day probably start selling it. Well, you I guess technically could, but you shouldn't. How do you approach marketing other than your personal socials? I've solo devved a few different projects with various levels of success, best being around 4,000 users. Always run into spending a couple months building something that works and is great, then struggle to figure out how to scale to tens of thousands or more users. I don't have great answers for this, unfortunately. And I think it depends on what you're doing. You said different projects and not necessarily games. If they were games, then I think just going through all the gaming platforms is the biggest thing you need to do and making sure that you've got a good trailer and screenshots and then reaching out to maybe streamers, going into Discord, finding other people to play it basically. And with any kind of marketing, there's the grassroots of like do it yourself and there's pay someone or get ads or do whatever. You've got to figure out how much revenue you want to funnel into your marketing. Anyway, not an expert on that stuff. I think it's at least like a field in itself. All right, level and extra customers. I want more spacing for this. I also want there to be a space here. We should probably just type all of this into the editor. And that way we can just see the changes immediately. Okay. Let's go make a rich text label. Hey, Lupus, how you doing? Okay, so this should render this. Yeah, and these numbers need to be different, but let's ignore that for now. Where did we find out the thing about different borders? You put it on the cell itself. Cell border equals blue. All right, let's take a look at that. Yeah, there it is. You can't put borders on rows, I guess. Didn't we have something for alternating colors? We can alternate colors by specifying something like BG equals blue comma green for every cell. Yeah, that's what I want to do. BG equals blue green. Yeah, we need better colors than that. We know that the background is blue. What if we said like gray, dark blue? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like because I don't know what we actually have in the thing. Probably dark gray and some other dark color. All right, so for that we need some context. This is going to be something. BG equals dark gray, dark. What other color will look good with blue? Maybe just dark gray and gray. I don't know. Multimedia design assistant, had marketing for 2 years in school. Knowing your target group is 99% of the work. Yeah, I've run ads in the past, but it was never with so much money that I guess it was easy to compare campaigns. Like if you spend 100, anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not an expert on this by any means. All right, level, extra customers. I do want more space between this though. I don't know how we get that. Can I just put spaces in the level cell? Yeah, I can. Okay. Well, there we go. Let's see what that looks like. How are we doing on time? 10:53. Approach to this project seems really clean and that you didn't do a whole Kickstarter campaign or look for a publisher. What would have caused you to pursue those funding routes? I don't want to go too personal here, but as far as the financial situation goes, my wife and I agree 2024 is just like a year of freedom for me. So, like I said, the budget for the game, we're not, breaking our savings by spending $500 on the game. That is pretty doable for a whole year of work. But then afterward, it's going to be like some focus on finances. And I don't know what this is going to look like yet. Releasing Skeleseller will be part of it. I want to make an organization course at some point. The list goes on for ideas that I have. But what would have caused me to pursue a Kickstarter is if I had quit my job and said, okay, I have no money and I don't want to go work in the industry again, then I would have pursued funding. You set a budget for every project, your bot or your courses? I do, but I guess the courses were always $0. So Botland had a budget that is a mystery amount, but that was decently large. And Skeleseller has a budget that is not a mystery amount. And for a game is pretty tiny. I mean, you can't really make a game and spend $0 because there are publishing fees for Steam, but you recoup those fees. How do you go about getting funding? What is the experience like? I can't answer too much about that other than the Kickstarter route. But that experience is like I haven't done this myself, but I've read enough about it. And it's like having a full-time job for like a month. You're just focused on fundraising and spreading the word and responding to people and crafting all the reward tiers and then fulfilling them eventually as if you're in for cost. The $500, I think somewhere I have the budget and the breakdown so far. Yeah, here we go. So spent so far, $50 on the assets, $100 on the Steam platform fee, $15 on the domain. We're probably gonna need to spend $100 on an Apple signing cert. And we're probably gonna need to spend some money on sound effects too. So, yeah. There is no real infrastructure for this stuff. All right, let's look at this. I should have this thing auto build itself. That looks ugly. And I think I might want a border around this. Or maybe to center these things. Centering it wouldn't be hard. Yeah, let's center it. And then let's come up with a better color than... Is there a darker gray than dark gray? I think there is. Dark gray is there. What is a darker gray? Light slate gray. Why is that so hard to say? Or slate gray. Let's try slate gray. Slate gray. And then what's another dark color we can use here that doesn't look like garbage? I don't know because I am bad at this. Indigo. Sure. You can add padding to the cells? Oh, cool. But I do also want to center these things. I guess let's do that. Center. Center. You're still running it on that tiny device, or did you move it? Running it? I'm running... the game's not running on that tiny device. But the bot is running there, and a couple of other little services. But yeah, just the bot that's running the stream. Can you not make your own sound effects? I might be able to, but I don't know if that's a good idea. I already kind of committed myself to making all the music. And that's going to take a very long time. But I like some of the tunes I've come up with already. And I played them on stream before. If I didn't have just this tiny keyboard here, I could actually like play one of the tunes. But this one's so small that it eventually run out of notes. So I'm not going to do that. Have you tried it on an ultra-wide monitor? I haven't. I don't have an ultra-wide monitor, but people who have an ultra-wide monitor have said that it'd be nice to have a different UI for the game. I mean, it doesn't look bad. I do want more padding around this. So let's figure out how that works. All right, we'll put it on this cell here. Padding equals 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so what is the 1? Left, top, right, bottom. Left, top, right, bottom. All right, so what's a good amount? Maybe like 2, 2, 2, 2? We don't even really need left and right padding. Seeing the landscape would look nice as an ultra wide. I think it would. I also think that there's different levels of activeness that players will engage with the game. There are fully idle players, and then they're probably just gonna have the game in the background anyway. And then there are semi-active players, and like, yeah, maybe they've got it open on their other monitor as a window. And then the actual active players, and yeah, maybe these ones would full screen it or something. So I'd love to have stats on this, but I don't have the game recording these yet. Not sure if you can shorthand this to padding equals 2. Yeah, let's try that out. No, you can't. In fact, padding equals 20 doesn't even work. You can't use just a pair. You have to use all 4. No, wait, you only have to use... What? Oh, you can just put commas? Maybe I can put comma, comma, comma? What is that doing? I guess it's setting the left one. Anyway, I'm not going to do too much about that. So let's do this. Padding equals 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, and eventually I could add these in, which I'm gonna do, but I'm just trying to get one of these to look good. This is where hot reloading would be amazing. Also, let's stop doing that. Let's have this thing build itself. Skip tutorial. How do we get it to build itself? Town hall. We don't do it that way. Create town hall. Yeah. Create town hall. All right. All right, that's looking pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. Is it clear what it's communicating? Make your town more appealing, causing your maximum number of concurrent customers to go up by 0. That's your current amount. Yeah, I think it's clear. If you put a point into it, especially, you'll see how this works. Which I don't have the money. Yeah, it says 1 and then 3 and then 6, right? Yeah. All right, not too bad. Now I just want the colors to be more subtle. I guess we should put them on the blue end of the spectrum. What is the color of the background here? Tool tip. I don't even see where the tooltip is. Oh, it's all hidden. Here it is. All right, what is the color of this? It is 06005D. This doesn't help. We're just gonna need to test. Although actually, I guess it does a little bit. Hey, unknown. I guess it helps because we can set a background here. We can make a panel container and do the exact same thing. Put this under here. Oh, whoops. Make scene root. And add a style box flat that has that set. All right, so now we have the same color. Now we need the same size. And then we can come up with the colors that these things should be. Set a background for the header, then use transparent for odd rows and a lighter blue for even rows. Background for the header. Okay, I see what you're saying. So let's get rid of this. And let's find a blue that contrasts with this a little bit. Maybe royal blue. Although it's got to be dark-ish. Medium blue. And is there a transparent color? I think there is, yes. Transparent. All right, so we put this on everything, right? Is that working? Oh, I see. There we go. I think this will look a little like it's highlighted. Very strongly related. Yeah, I'm glad, Zeus. There are a lot of people who watch that video, and I think some kind of maybe don't get it, or at least based on the comments, some people didn't really get it. And I just met a bunch of people over the weekend, and I met a couple, and the guy worked at Microsoft and the girl works at Google. And then it's such a common question around here, and this is especially true in American culture compared to some other parts of the world, but like, where do you work or what do you do is like a very easy first question. And here it's so common that the answer is technology. So then they ask me, okay, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, I used to work at Google. And then they're like, oh, why'd you leave? I'm like, I don't think I like corporate life. Anyway, we talked a little bit more about it. But yeah, that video sums up, I think, why I don't like corporate life. Kevin, is this what you were talking about? Using the same background for the header that you use for this? Because I think I might want this to be a different color maybe, but then there'd be 3 colors. I think I should not be in charge of this, and I should just do something right now. Expect them to answer with their hobbies, not their work. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, other parts of the world, I think that's generally how it works. With chat is kind of like corporate life. No, it's very different. All right, either way, I'm already in the I've spent too long on this realm, so we're gonna just cut this off and just figure out which color I like better now. So do I like indigo? Indigo is kind of nice. I like slate gray. Slate gray isn't dark enough. I'm telling you, I don't want it to be black, but I don't want, like, dark gray isn't dark enough. Dim gray, that's what I want, probably. Dim gray. No, that looks ugly too. All right, well, let's just go with medium blue. Let's not worry about this right now. So yeah. Let's put these 2 right here. And I think that should be good. The free food though, I get so much free food in my current job. Yeah, the free food was amazing. Although I was a remote worker, so I only went into the office maybe like 10 times over the course of 3 years. And yes, getting free food was incredible. I loved it. There were some people who'd be there who were like, I don't really like the menu today. I'm like, it's free food. I don't care. I'm willing to eat whatever. Oh, how did it end up as indigo? That was a mistake. I didn't even modify these. Medium, medium blue, transparent. You didn't get free food in the office, so that sucked too. I gotta say, even if you don't get free food in the office, I think there is something to be said about the value of just being able to socialize with other people. And at the very least, I hope they give free coffee or something. I can't imagine a company now that's hiring programmers that doesn't at least give free coffee. I don't even drink coffee, and I feel like it should be a thing. All right, this is good enough for now. Yeah. Okay. All right, so now we need to extract this code into something that's going to form a table for us so that we don't have to keep doing this. Hey, Frankie. Went back to work after COVID just for the socializing. Yeah, I think it's really important that people have their social needs met. I mean, obviously, pretty much everybody does. It's like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of thing. But I think everyone has different social needs and how they manifest. So some people I think just need to be around others during the day, and some people are like, well, once a week I need to go into the office. But yeah, for me, it was hard to connect with people just remotely. And it's like, why am I working at a job if I haven't connected with the people I'm working with? That's at least what I felt. Hey, Tupa. Okay, so we'll go. Hey, Goose, welcome back. Thanks for the reset. We're going to make a table forming thing because we have to do this not only for the max customers, but also for the speed of the customers. And I don't remember what we even called that. Customers, town perk, customer speed. Here it is. You have $5 free stipend every day. If I go over the 5, you pay the difference. That's pretty good. I like that. I think that's a pretty fair system. Yeah. Biggest grudge was being forced to go X amount of times to the office. We were already meeting in the office, but having to go there 3 times a week was killing me. Yeah, I think especially post-COVID, this changed for a lot of people. And I just read some other companies forcing their workers back. Blizzard, of all companies. I know a lot of other ones have too. Amazon, especially in the area, is big here. And I think they're forcing people back as of like January of this coming year. Okay, so how do I want to do this? We could specify the customers, the padding, but then we need the actual contents of the table. So how about this? Let's make a new function here, private static string form table. We're going to have just a list of strings, I guess, be the cells. Is that a good idea? Or should we do it as... I guess it could just be the cells. Are we doing anything special or different here? Not really. Also, did I intentionally not center this? No. And probably I want padding there too. Okay, yeah. I was passing a list of strings then. Wasn't there a report that people were more productive in a home office? I'm not sure. I also imagine it's pretty hard to tell what the long-term effects are of this. It's like if you forced everyone to work from home at every company in the world for about 3 or 4 months, so long enough for them to build up the routine, but not so long that they think it's another pandemic, they might be more productive. But will that be the case for 10 years? Will there be some other detriment to working in the office or working from home? I don't know. Yeah, I haven't looked at that stuff. Yeah, abuse of the system. I think also just the lack of connection with your coworkers leading to maybe less motivation or cutting corners somewhere. It's really hard to measure all that. All right, so we're going to take in a list string of the headers and cells. We're just going to make this as easy as possible for right now. And then maybe take in the padding and the colors. List string BG colors. Actually, that could just be a string. Table equals 2. This is the number of columns. I guess we need that as well. int num columns. Okay, so return num columns. We need that. String table equals that. All right, now for each header or cell, I'll just say content. So cell padding equals padding. It actually doesn't work that way. It's padding, 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 padding. BG color equals BG colors. That looks good. Then we want to center this content. And to top it all off, we add a closing tag and return it. Okay, so now we should have the same table twice. I'm going to intentionally put it there twice just to make sure we've done this correctly. Form table. 1 per level, 2 per level, 3 per level, 2, 2, medium blue, transparent. Yeah, perfect. Okay, and if this table looks like it's exactly the same, then I think we're good. Orgers also moved to a different building. Yeah. There's a friend of mine who worked in a place that didn't have enough desks for everybody. I just can't help but find that funny. Why? What's the problem with this? Namespace can't be found, but it can't quick fix it? I think I need to reload. Hang on a second. There's like a giant truck honking outside. I'll be right back. Oh, huh. Well, it's across the street. All right, and then simplify this. Not that this matters. And what's the problem here? This should be content. My giant telescope is finally here. Ah, my homemade observatory. I've got to wrap this up like pretty much right now. There's an extra $sign, but otherwise it's looking good. Why is there an extra $sign? Because that's JavaScript. Okay, cool. So we have a way of forming a table. So now we got to use this, and I'm going to write where we left off. Where I left off, making tables for the town perks. I hadn't done it for, whatever. I'll just leave it at that. How'd you build confidence in coding? I've been coding for quite a long time. I've got a command that talks about this. And I think it's a combination of a bunch of things. I think 1 is experience. 2 is some amount of like focused learning to try to improve those skills. 3 is working with other people. And 4 is streaming, which is kind of in the same category as working with other people. So many interruptions, even if they were productive. Yeah, it's definitely a balance. I feel like if you could teleport to the office and you only had to be there for a certain amount of time and everyone had to be there for that same amount of time, it's like there'd probably be some benefits. I think for me, it's clear I wouldn't want to be in the office 5 days a week. I wouldn't want to be at home 5 days a week. But I don't have that decision because I am working from home 5 days a week and I have all of you, my best friends. All right, I got to take a break. What we're going to do is shift into mentoring, and I have some prep I've got to do for mentoring. So mentoring is going to start at 11:30, but right now it's going to be break and then prep and then the mentoring and then lunch. So that's the schedule. You can all play Jump Royale. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, let's transition into mentoring time. Close the game. I'm catching stray hats. This just fly off someone's head. Oh, it's a stray hat now. Mentoring prep. Beardage number 1. Beardage number 2. Actually, I'm pretty sure Beardage sent me a message on Discord. I should probably go look at that. Okay. Beardage sent the message like 3 hours ago. I thought it was just now. I missed it. But he was asking, can we do a regular session, which is totally fine. I just hadn't seen it. If the answer was no, then it would have been very short notice for it to be no. All right, so let's look through the prep stuff. All right, start virtual camera. Switch to mentoring, Chrome, property. All right, I want this tab. No, this tab, mentoring prep. There we go. Okay, Yada open. Yeah, a lot of what I'm about to do is just rereading my notes, which I need to do to make sure that I know what we're going to be talking about. Otherwise, I can't mentor effectively. And I know you said tells that the music puts you to sleep during jump time. That was composed for Botland. I like that music. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's done, that's done. That's done, 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 done. Now read the document. That part's not done yet. And then change the today command and everything. Yeah, sure. Here was the old one. So it is Monday, mentoring Kyle. This is their 9th and final session. I'm helping someone live. It's mentoring live, yeah. So it's not going to be like they've got their code and I'm looking through code or something. It's more like career guidance. Also, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is about Kyle in particular, but his videos are the only ones that really ever got views on my channel. You can see 15, 14, 148. Then some of the other ones, they like 100, 290. I don't know what's going on here. It's got to be that I put SWE in the title, I guess. But yeah. Well, final session for Kyle. I'm going to do 9 sessions with each mentee, I think. Anyway, I want to read through the last stuff that we talked about. So he had just become a staff engineer. Sure thing, it's in writing. Said he feels conflicted. Sales denied some goals. Yep. Yeah, so basically he got to staff, but he was disappointed that the compensation wasn't really commensurate with the responsibility increase because of the company's budget. I guess, is there any change in compensation news? I don't think there would be, especially because it's only been, what, a month? Yeah, a month and like 4 days. Most companies not exploding, still in Series A startup, competing right now with another company. Medium-term plan, passively start scaling for interviews. How has interview prep been going? Some leak code. Have you gotten into a routine with it? What's your timeline? Working wants to do with the current company. Time rule is important too. No major money issues right now. No immediate need to increase it. Doesn't want to leave that money on the table for too long. Slow change. Unless I see work. How has life as a staff engineer been? Are you cool with having less IC work? By the way, if those don't know, IC stands for individual contributor. It's pretty much just the opposite of a manager. You don't have people reporting to you. I'm not saying that because it's supposed to make sense now, but if we talk about it, now you'll know. All right, Series B should happen eventually. No issues asking about it. Yeah, did you talk to your manager about it? Is he enjoying the new role? Would he stay in the role if compensation was competitive? At least when we last talked, it sounded like the role was fine, and the interviewing is more for now that he's staff and will eventually have the time and role to shift to a company that might pay and also be enjoyable. I knew where I was going with that sentence. More exciting than daunting. Hasn't done it in a while. Feels like he's ready. Yeah, how's the interview and prepping going? What is your mentality about this now? Still exciting? All right. Yep. How do you feel about your position with respect to validation and confidence? Said he used to get the odd project thrown his way just to finish it, but usually his work is to figure out hard stuff and provide leadership for lower level devs. He said his mindset has already shifted. He's not concerned about losing the point delivery. Also stop factoring it in during retrospectives. Okay, cool. What else is on your mind? Said work is going well. Engineering has delivered so much in the last few quarters that marketing is having a hard time keeping up. Just add another mobile and backend developer. Team is growing. Just a big refactor that clinched the title change. Yeah. The bit about marketing not keeping up, I wonder if they're hiring more marketing people. What do you want to focus on in mentoring for this section next? Not sure. Maybe better put toward engineers, or sorry, interviewing and operating at staff level. 2 staff engineers in the back end team, they work differently. High level independence, coming up with problems for people. Yeah, so last session I talked about how I think staff engineers have a lot of independence and come up with problems for people. You feel like that's generally been the case. Anywhere that you're not getting insight, lacking some exposure, is now ahead of product, and they're the only in-person team, I believe. Yeah, I see. Really rusty on leak code. Work on something user-facing and front-end if he were to switch. Real questions. Okay, yep. Yeah, wow. I know we ended the last session early because we sort of ran out of stuff that Kyle wanted to talk about. It might happen this time too, it might not. We'll figure out how this goes. Yeah. What's a staff engineer? Usually the levels go something like junior, maybe to some like medium, meteor sort of thing, to senior, to eventually staff, to some, if they have higher levels, it'd be like director or VP or fellow, or it all depends on the company. Anyway, it's just usually the level above senior at a lot of companies. All right, I think everything's set up. So let's close this thing. Let's slowly fade in, whoop, to the scene. And I'm gonna call Kyle up. How much creativity does one need to reach staff? I don't think you need creativity. I think you just typically need to be good at your job and have the right opportunities to prove it. There was something else I was gonna do. I was gonna change my title, I think. Yeah, let's change the title on Twitch. I think other than that, I think we're good. Yeah. Oh yeah, and stop streaming to Steam. That's pretty important because this no longer has to do with Skeleseller. Stop. Done. Okay, so this is with Kyle, session number 9, the final session. Let me go change that really fast, and I'll give Kyle a call, and we will kick this off. Done. All right, I'm gonna go make the call. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Let me see about audio levels really fast. Yeah, chat, as this goes on, please do let me know about audio levels. So welcome to session number 9. It is finally happened. We've made it pretty much a year. I think we started in December. So yeah, I've seen you go from senior to staff, and now you've been staff for about a month. So let me know how things been going. How are you doing?
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, so kind of like a lot of not work stuff has happened since then, but I had like I thought I was dying. I had like a kidney stone that was
Yeah.
like a 9 out of 10 pain or whatever. I had to go to the hospital for a while and stuff, and um still have I have like a surgery for that next week. So it's been a lot of like not work stuff.
Yeah.
We took a couple family trips and stuff like that. We were supposed to go when I had my kidney stone to my do my mom's memorial. And then we had to reschedule that, so we did that as well. So a lot of, life stuff happened in the meantime. Um,
So first of all, how are you feeling now? You said I think there was some follow-up stuff still with the kidney stone. Are you in pain at all still?
well, are you familiar with the process? Like, have you ever had one or?
I haven't had one, but my family suffers from them, so I've heard their stories, but I don't know when exactly this was in terms of how recent for you.
Yeah, so I think it was like 3 weeks ago or something. I went to the ER. It was like a 9 out of 10. They gave me a bunch of drugs and they put a stent in, and I have been living with the stent for like since then. And next week I have the operation to like break up the stone and stuff.
Uh,
So drink water, everybody. Drink water with lemon.
yes, please, everybody, drink your water.
Hydrate.
You can say it a 0 out of 10 pain level with that. Well, okay. Then you also mentioned rescheduling your mom's memorial. Is that thing then going to be after the operation?
We already did it.
Oh,
So
you did.
we ended up rescheduling for 2 weeks ago, last week. Not this last weekend, but the weekend before it.
Yeah.
And so we got that done. We went on a trip, lots of road trips with the baby, so that was it's always fun. But we made it through, and we're not traveling for a while now, so thankful for that.
Wait, you said no travel for a little while, but last time we talked, I think you mentioned you were going to go to the in company or in person meeting for the company.
Yeah,
That's pretty soon too, right? Like 2 months from now?
yeah, that'll be the next time
Okay,
that we like leave as a family from the house. So.
I see. Wow. Well, that is certainly a lot. How do you feel that you've been able to sort of operate at work while all this is going on?
Thankfully, sitting down is a comfortable position, so it hasn't really been that much of an issue other than like the days that I was in the hospital. So I'm thankful for that because it would have been very frustrating if I had the the feeling that I have when I walk around and stuff. So
Yeah.
sitting down has been good actually.
Okay, that's good. Are you distracted at all? I know the hospital days, of course, you probably would have been, especially around the memorial, but generally, do you feel like you're performing? And I guess more specifically, now that you're staff level, how has it been compared to what it was 2 months ago, let's say?
Um, I feel like so there's a little bit like I have a point I think about it where the role's not super defined.
Hmm.
So productivity is like a little hazy. I kind of just like basically my manager the on my last one-on-one had kind of asked for me to prepare like a list of initiatives that are like not coming from product. Basically like um with me generating the initiatives, like what do we need to care about? What, wins can we get from things that are not coming from product, like engineering improvements, that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
I've been writing down a bunch of stuff and I'm scoping those out now. Um, but like nobody is really paying attention to what I'm doing on any moment of the day. So it's a little like if I'm like on the ball and I'm focused, I can I'm kind of like working without any restrictions or nobody's watching me. So it's kind of nice. I have like the freedom to kind of choose what is important to work on.
Yeah.
But if I have like a distracted day, it's like nobody is paying attention. So it's not super important. Like I'm not gonna get in trouble for it, but it just feels like I have the guardrails are off now. So it's kind of like it really is up to me to kind of maintain uh enough productivity to like provide the company value and stuff like that.
Yeah. So you mentioned a while ago that you have found some coping mechanisms for ADHD. And I assume those same coping mechanisms are going to help with this that you're talking about. But it's different in that you don't have the extra set of eyes other than your manager, really, who's going to say, hey, are you doing what you should be doing? Or even what should you be doing? Are you concerned about that at all?
It's like a little bit. I don't know if it's like I'm thankful that it's happening now at this point in my career in my life where I've developed these systems and copes to be able to do this myself. Like at any point in the past, this would have been a nightmare in terms of me not being able to focus and kind of like being listless and stuff. So I feel like I've worked to get to this point where I can do this.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think that it's exactly suited to my personality in terms of crossing things off a list is like my reward system. So like that has to shift a little bit. Like I make my own lists, like checklists at the beginning of the day. I plan out like all the stuff I have to do, and that's kind of like how I keep that going. That's one of my systems. But um, I definitely there's nobody holding me to getting all the stuff done on my list, and it's just you know. So I'm better suited to it now, but it doesn't seem perfectly aligned with where I've been before, and maybe that's just like because I'm at a small org where there's no directors that I'm working with. There's like I'm kind of like the top of my track right now.
Yeah. So one thing I would say to keep in mind for all of this, even if you were loving it, is that you still are in a transition period and you will grow to understand the expectations of this more clearly over the next few months. But I think what's really going to drive it home is once you get your first performance review, having operated as staff for, let's say, at least 6 months, where they're
Mhm.
like, okay, this is exactly what we expected out of you. Here's your cost of living increase or raise or something like that. At that point is when you'll hear feedback, but you'll only get that once or twice a year. So yeah, I think it's going to be tough. With that said, what is your ideal alignment for this? You said this isn't exactly what you'd want. Is it more having more people above you who can give you good feedback? Is it working with, I don't know, maybe customers who are giving you feedback? Is it, what is that ideal situation for you?
Yeah, like I don't really have maybe even just like more staff engineers on the team to like bounce things off of. Like I don't have a lot of there's only like one example at the company and who's on a different team. So I can operate kind of like with in mind of how he works, but there is kind of like a nebulous, uh, reward system or like feedback loop that I kind of just need to push through. I think right now.
Yeah, I think you started this process already once you started getting away from sprint tasks, but I think it's tough when you pretty much have lived probably your whole life up until this point with a here's a clear system you need to abide by. And I think I probably mentioned this before, but when you're in school, you just get a letter or a number grade. You're just literally graded on how well you did, and you can gauge it pretty well against your peers. And
Yeah.
now your peers at this company are fewer and farther between, and they just have different jobs anyway. So without a sample size of, say, 20 staff level engineers, how do you know that you're doing what you should be doing? Anyway, that's where I would say, in the meantime, your manager is sort of the point of contact who cares about this and can set you on the right path. And even they're probably a little unclear because if you didn't have staff level engineers before this, or at least not to this level, then even they might not totally know what to do. Do you sense any of that, by the way? Do they have any sort of concern or vagueness around what they're telling you? Do you feel like they're just winging it?
Um, a little bit like maybe the company is unprepared for this level of role or something. Like the one that exists currently is like a veteran of the industry, has worked at multiple companies with the owner of the company. So he's kind of like his like assassin that he brings to every business that he starts.
Yeah.
Um, so he like doesn't need any direction. He just kind of like takes care of what needs to be done, that kind of stuff. Like he just like knows what to do. I've never worked at a company with a staff engineer before this. I've always worked at small to mid-sized startups where the track wasn't super refined, and we were trying to establish a track, and it's a big it's the biggest development team that I've been on, but it's just like we have like a 2 sentence, job description for this
Mhm.
role. So I don't, I'm kind of just trying to seek out more information about like how it works in other companies because I want to be ready for the equivalent jobs at other companies if and when that happens. I don't want to, I provide value to this company that I work at, but also I don't want to be a fake staff engineer.
Yeah. Yeah. And to that end, you've come up with a list of initiatives that your manager asks, which are essentially, hey, can you prove your staffness at this company? Do you believe in those initiatives? Do you feel like you're scraping the bottom of the barrel? Are they easy to come up with? What's the process been like for you?
Yeah, I kind of blanked at first and I was like, oh man, there's too much to consider, but over a couple days I started just writing stuff down as I thought about it. I asked other people like what are the pain points in like the developer experience and stuff. Got some good feedback, bounced it off like the engineering lead, and so I kind of like was able to prioritize them into like short and long-term goals. And now I'm kind of scoping them to see like how much investment each of them is. I have some short-term wins that I think will be really nice for the product that are like the product team would never bring up because it's like an engineering change. Um, but it should make like the application better. And then um, yeah, I mean I think I think I'm going about it the right way. I just Yeah, I'm kind of operating on like what I've seen in content and books and stuff from what like staff should be doing
Have you seen
and what's being asked of me.
Catch Me If You Can, the movie?
I think so.
Okay.
Where
Anyway,
he makes fake identity, right? And then
he
he
makes fake
yeah.
identities, yeah, and he watches a show with doctors on it and then just copies some lines from it. Anyway, honestly, that is a decent enough way of getting started because if you don't have a clue and no one's going to give you that clue, then you work with what you can. And
Mhm.
here's what I think is possibly the biggest piece of advice I could give you in this situation, which is if you're not getting clear validation about this track and it's not going to happen at frequent enough intervals, I think you need to become the validator. And I think that it's sort of like you've seen my tenant process. I now have a note to myself saying celebrate the successes. I think here's what I would suggest. Make a calendar reminder, maybe once a month, maybe just when you know that these short-term initiatives are going to happen and see, did they help? Is product happy? Are the engineers happier? Do I see value out of this stuff? Because that's what's going to make it clear to you that your process is working, is getting that feedback. And if no one is there to provide it, then you will be that feedback. And I think, like you said, you're happy with how you're going about this. I think how you've gone about this has been good. It was scratch your head for a little bit, come up with some stuff yourself, and then go talk to other people about it. And that's about it. I think in the future, you've got to probably get to the point where you've got some things on your mind that just haven't been maybe high enough priority so that when someone says, hey, I need a list of initiatives, that you can produce it maybe a little bit faster. But other than that, I think you've been going about this in a good way. So I am serious about that. I do suggest making a calendar reminder or something and then if that works, repeating it at some interval that you're happy with.
Like a forced reflection, like a retro for yourself type
Yes.
thing.
Yeah. And I think the sort of biggest questions I would ask would, of course, be what you ask in usual retrospectives, what worked, what didn't work. But the biggest question I think I'd add to that would be, is this, am I on the right track? And it's a very vague question, and you'll know what it means to you, and you'll be able to answer that. And yeah, if you see that, wow, yeah, these short-term goals, we hit them and people are happier. And now we're working on the medium-term goals. And wow, look at that, we're getting more revenue or more customers. You'll start to make your own feedback loop that you can count on. And by the way, I know you said the company is in Series A funding and they've got a good enough runway and that things are looking good, but there are more competitors in the space. If your company does grow, it will probably grow to the point where other staff engineers will start looking to you, and maybe they don't exist yet and maybe that won't be a thing for 2 or 3 years, but eventually you're probably going to start helping to write the playbook on what it means to be staff level. So that's another reason why I think these retrospectives are a good idea. I know you said you keep a work, I forgot what you called it, like a work journal,
Like a
the
brag doc.
brag doc, yeah. you keep a brag doc. I think this is similar to that. And then it's, hey, what did I do that went well, but more on the like process level.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
For future staff engineers.
And my manager has said that explicitly. Like I'm like defining, because the other one is like kind of like a expected force in the company. Like he's been there since it began.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows how the company would work without him. So I'm kind of like the new change, and it's like, how does this work actually in the company if somebody is given this responsibility?
Yeah. Yeah. And for what it's worth, I feel like you're on the path to success right now. And I think the only sucky thing is what you mentioned last time, which is that you got promoted without really the commensurate compensation increase. But maybe that'll change and maybe it won't. The flip side of this entire coin is you've mentioned you've wanted to interview, you've wanted to study, and we'll talk about that a bit. But keep all of this stuff in mind, the haziness, maybe the role itself, what you've been doing, because when it comes to another company, they'll have their own structure. And if it is a bigger company, it'll probably be much more well defined than this. So you won't have the same concerns, but then you'll have a different set of concerns. So,
Yeah.
all right. So you said someone remarked they think you would be a good manager. Who is the someone, out of curiosity?
It was one of the junior devs that I had kind of done some leadership stuff and like like pair programming and stuff with. I was talking to the engineering lead, and they had said something like, "Oh, I thought I would have picked like Kyle if for like a manager role or something. Like I would have thought he would have gone down the manager track just because um like I've helped them in like I guess I'm like old compared to them too. Like in like they're fresh out of college and stuff. So like I often give them advice of like what to pay, like what to care about in terms of like skills to work on and stuff. And I've had some good. Um, I've been lucky to have a good mentor early in my career, and I've had you as a mentor now later in my career. Um, and so I've been given a lot of good advice that I can like propagate to people, and I
Yeah,
think that helps.
I think that does help. I want to analyze the what's underneath that, which is, hey, you would make a good manager. Clearly, there's a lot of overlap in the skills you need to be effective as an IC versus as a manager. And I know we've talked about you being a manager before. Did that comment recontextualize anything for you? Did it make you feel anything different, or was it just a nice compliment, basically?
I mean, I took it as a compliment, but I do think like when I was talking to the engineering lead, who is like the manager track for our company, um, we're kind of friends, and I was like, what I've read in the staff and what I've heard about staff roles is that it's very common for staff and engineering manager roles to swap. So like if you maybe you'll work on one for a few years and then you'll go to the other one and then you'll get bored and you'll work at the other one. And for some reason, it seems to be a thing that happens, um, pretty frequently is people kind of bounce back and forth between like more IC and more management stuff. So I just like I want to keep an open mind about that. I don't think that I would be bad at it.
Yeah, I think you'd be a good manager. The biggest question is always, will you like it? And I
Yeah.
think that's what causes the swapping more than being bored. And what I've seen, almost nobody starts as a manager. They almost always start as an IC. Then they get up to manager, realize, oh man, I really miss IC work and I don't like all the responsibilities that I have. Then go back to IC and then just stay there. I haven't usually seen the bouncing, but I've also been at different companies. So I think management it's really interesting to try, and it's a totally different lens. And I was just talking to my wife last night. I worked on Botland with other people, but it wasn't the same sort of seniority and number of developers. So Skeleseller is the first time where I've been like, okay, I'm working with four other people. There's a certain amount of management of tasks and kind of making sure things work. And I'm like, I like it. I feel the same thing that other people say about management, which is it allows your impact to be bigger. And if that matters to you, especially if the product is near and dear to your heart, or you feel like you just want to propel the company into success, then that's the way you get it. You can't multiply yourself by 5. You get 5 other people. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm glad you have an open mind. Do you even want to explore this at the company? If they said, hey, you can have 2 direct reports, would you even want to try that, or is it like I have other goals at this point?
Yeah, I don't think so. I really like I'm looking forward to doing early stage experiments. That's like really what I want to do is like proving out features, doing prototypes and stuff before it becomes, a company shifting
Yeah.
project. That's like that's why I got interested in the role in the first place.
Yeah. And it sounds like you have a lot of that opportunity right now. Also, I was going to say there are sort of different reasons to like management. One is the impact I mentioned, but the other, well, impact in terms of product. The other is impact in terms of career. And you have this written here, local JS meetup mentoring. Uh, Without me knowing yet, and I want you to explain, but without me knowing yet, it might tie into that. You might get some of the satisfaction of being a manager without having to do it. So, yeah. Anyway, what is this local JS meetup mentoring?
Some people that I knew from like a job like 10 years ago started a local meetup, and all of our meetups had died during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So they were trying to start it back up, and I was like, "Let me help you. I've been super interested in doing this for a while, but with the kids and stuff, I don't want to be like the primary person, but I could definitely like assist." So I've been kind of like trying to help promote it and stuff, and I've already done like a little lightning talk to kind of. We have like a in my city is not a tech city, so most of the people are kind of like, IT related that are doing programming projects and stuff like that. So um, we do have a lot of remote developers, but we haven't brought them into the meetup yet. So that's kind of what I'm angling for is to kind
Yeah.
of like, there's Google, there's Microsoft, there's a lot of people here that because it's a cheaper cost of living city. So I'm hoping to kind of build that community back up and then have like uh, that be like a nice vector for networking and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, it definitely would be good for networking. I think I've seen like 2 categories of people who go to meetups generally. They're the people who are interested in either giving or receiving the talks, and then there are people who are looking for a job. And one day I was in one of these meetups and they said something like, hey, does anyone have a resume they want to share? And like a bunch of hands darted up. And I was just like, wow, I didn't even think about that because I wasn't there for that. So I think it's good. And I think even just making contacts in the area is good. How do you plan on promoting this to those people who aren't showing up but are remote?
So I've been adding a bunch of people in my city on LinkedIn to kind of message them the information so that they at least are aware of it. We also made flyers and stuff. So I'm gonna go. We have a university in my city, so I'm gonna go to like the computer science department and post up stuff there because
Okay.
all those people are going to internships and everything.
Yeah, I think it's great you're taking part in this, and I think it is going to pay off. And even if it's not directly how you think, maybe you can't network through this for whatever reason, you've helped people out, you get the satisfaction, and you're friends with the people who had started this a while ago. So, yeah, I think this is good. You're putting more
It's
goodwill.
fun.
Yeah, and
I really liked going to meetups, especially when I was early in my career. I learned a bunch of stuff, and I met cool people, and um, those connections actually helped me like get jobs and stuff already, like earlier. But
yeah, and the other part of this I was going to say is that you're working remotely. You know the people you work with well enough, and ideally in a couple months you get to go to this in-person meetup through your company. But still, it's nice to have people in the area you can talk to. And I myself have been thinking about this a little bit more. I'm on Twitch, right? There is no company for me to go to. And I thought, okay, maybe it makes more sense to meet some of the people through Twitch or other game developers in the area. And so I'm starting to debate on those ideas. And anyway, I think it's good you're doing this. You mentioned though mentoring in this bullet point, but then you didn't talk about mentoring. Are you doing any specific mentoring through this?
so right now it's just a few people, but I'm definitely the most senior person in the group, so a lot of it has been like them asking me questions or like me kind of helping. Like last time we talked about they had been out of the job for 10 years or something, and uh kind of trying to help them figure out like the calculus of how to make a decision to make a change or like if, um you know, basically there's a lot of people with pretty severe imposter syndrome that
Hmm.
I experienced myself earlier on in my career, and I want to help people with that. And if I can tell them how to do, like, like I did a talk, they're like, I'm worried about, like, I've never done testing before. I've
Yeah.
never had a company pay me to do testing. So I was like, oh, let me just show you how testing works. This is how we do it. And I just like pulled it up and started showing people. And so like that kind of stuff is easy to do. I kind of like talking about that stuff, and um it seems helpful to the people that are there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. I like seeing the progression of people's careers over time because in the back of my head, I have this thought that if you just care about your job, just baseline level of care, you take a certain amount of pride. You're not like my company is my number one and all I care about is just a certain amount baseline. You will get promoted. You will work your way up. You will learn things. And and then once you've gotten to the point that you've been seeking out, it's like your view, your breadth can start to expand into whatever it is you actually care about at that point. So I feel like you've gotten there and you're giving back and yet you're still learning at your job and everything. And it sounds like a very healthy environment outside of the kidney stones and everything.
Sure, yeah.
If those just didn't happen, I'd say you're
Yeah.
healthy all around. Um, yeah, great. So yeah, interviewing, how's that been going? You mentioned leak code routine here.
Yeah, so I started to do it like every day, you know, for a period of time, and then stuff came up. But essentially, like, I remembered why I didn't like practicing for it. Like, I'm definitely not a fan of this type of activity. Um, so I'm just kind of forcing myself to do it a small amount on a regular basis. Like right now, I've been doing like every other day, trying to solve a problem. Um, going through um, easy and medium, kind of like alternating.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm good at it, so it's definitely like something I need to practice for sure. Like if I were to interview today, I would probably do really badly. And I don't like that feeling.
Yeah, I think there are two things that I have as suggestions here, and I think we talked about them a little bit, but one is make sure you're improving. When you look at these easy or medium problems, sometimes you probably can't solve it or you don't do it the best way. Do you ever go back to the old problems and then see, do I know how to do this? Is my thinking different? Has it improved?
Basically, I logged into an old account that where I had solved a bunch of the easy ones before, and I did go back and kind of look at my solutions and change a couple of them. Um, but that's all I've done so far. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm talking about is more along the lines of it's Monday, you try solving a problem, you can't. Maybe next Monday, go back to that problem and see, do I
Mm.
remember this? Because that repetition is important, but also if you're not doing that, then it's you're encountering a problem, maybe not doing as good as you could, maybe looking at the solution. But then if you don't ever have that test again of did I improve? So anyway, that's number one. Number two, and this is also important, but I don't have as many suggestions, is I think it's important to find the fun in leak coding, which might sound like an oxymoron, but if you don't, it's just gonna feel like it's pain or work every time
Mm.
and then you'll be less likely to do it or want to do these sort of extra things. How can you make it fun for yourself? Let me ask you that open ended.
I mean, that is the challenge because the time that I'm using for it is time where I am either doing that or playing a video game. Like, I am literally choosing to do algorithms for a goal in the future versus like immediate gratification. Uh, so that is definitely challenging, and I don't like. I used to be I'm really motivated by gamification. So like, um, I think it was Hacker Rank or something that I was using before, where like they kind of like you have like daily goals or something. Like those type of things are motivating to me. So I didn't find that in Leak Code, and maybe I not explored the platform enough, but like maybe I could find something like that that would help me kind of understand when to stop or like when to, you know. push me towards trying to do a streak or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that will definitely help. And I think there's a limit to that too. But the other suggestion I was going to offer is you are part of this meetup. Some of these people are going to be looking for skills or for jobs. And really, at any level, you could be doing leak code. Have you thought about finding someone else and you sort of co-motivate with, hey, we're gonna promise to do 2 or 3 problems per week. Maybe we just quickly talk about like, hey, do you feel like you did them this week or did you learn? Have you thought about finding someone who's also looking for that? And not even that you're working together, by the way, just that you're working sort of digitally near each other.
No, I mean I haven't. Yeah, I didn't even think of that, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I might have mentioned this before to you, but probably not through mentoring, but a friend of mine and I have a group we call the Pact group. It's just a group on whatever messaging app we're using at the time. It's just the two of us, and all we say is, we've done our first pact for the week, which is to exercise. So we get to the end and we congratulate each other, and that's it for the week. And it's instilled a certain amount of accountability because if
Hmm.
you're sick, you can't be expected to do the same things you normally do. So sometimes we'll say like, oh, here's why I haven't done it this week is because I'm sick or I'm traveling or I got injured. And just that amount of awareness about, hey, I should start planning my week around this thing, it has helped me. So I think it should be easy enough for you to find someone who might want to do that, but then actually doing it and making sure you're still motivated afterward, that might be a little tougher. But consider it at
Makes
least,
sense.
because if this
It's like
matters to you, hmm?
externalizing your motivations a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah. And then also you're helping someone else out, and they will probably end up helping you out too. Beyond that, yeah, it is work and it is learning and it is less fun than video games. Uh, what's your timeline for interviewing again? I don't think it's probably changed since last time, but I just forgot what you had mentioned.
So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, probably on the order of like 6 months, I would like to be doing interviews where I don't like for practice
Yeah,
at least. Um, I didn't have a timeline in mind, but you had brought up a good point about time and role. So I want to hit either a 6 month or a 1 year milestone before I'm like seriously interviewing.
yeah.
Um, that's kind of what I have in mind right now.
Yeah, and I think that's still good. Something to consider is that a lot of the big companies like a Google, Microsoft, Facebook kind of thing, if you didn't pass the interview, they'll usually say, well, try again in 12 months. Maybe your skills will have changed. And I don't know if that particular principle of theirs has changed, but it had at least been constant for like a decade. So, uh, in that sense, trying a little bit sooner, just on the off chance that they're like, you know what, yeah, your time enrolls 4 months, but we're happy to have you. You demonstrated the skills, could be worthwhile because then you'd only have to wait 12 months maybe before interviewing again. So
Makes sense.
yeah, and I'm not even saying change your timeline. It's just keep that in mind. Have a short refresh time. Yeah. Okay. Any other kind of concerns before we go into some of the stuff that I had written, which is probably already covered anyway?
I was gonna ask you one thing, because like my family isn't super, so like my wife is an attorney. So there's like a the consideration of the bar, reciprocation for where we would move. But otherwise, I think we were interested in moving in like, you know, along the same timeline as me maybe interviewing for another job. Have you ever moved out of state uh like for a job and like how like I've never done that before and I'm interested to know what that process is like if you have.
Yeah. So the only time I did that is when I started working for Microsoft, and my circumstances were different than from what your circumstances are now. But I'll at least tell you a little bit of insight into my experience. For one, interviewing was fly out to Washington and then take the interview like you normally would. You stay in a hotel room, you leave after the day. It's the same strenuous, like 5 hour loop kind of thing that you've probably heard about online or experienced yourself. Then when I actually got the job, this way back then, they offered two options. They said, one, we give you a $5,000 debit card and you figure out how to get out here yourself. And two, we give you corporate movers and pay you nothing and they will make sure you moved everything. That was the best moving experience of my life
Oh,
because
really?
people came to my place and packed my things for me and then brought them across you know, however far a distance it was. I've never revealed where I've actually moved from. And then I lived in some temp housing for some amount of time and had to find an apartment, and they even helped out with that process. But that's like a big, well-established company that is willing to put in the resources for doing that. If you were to move, I think the first thing I'd ask you is, what sorts of places are you looking at? Is it tech hubs?
Um, Probably like outside of like just outside of tech hubs essentially, but I would want to be closer to tech hubs in general. Like mostly interested in Pacific Northwest or West Coast,
Yeah,
generally.
yeah. Yeah. So the reason I ask about that is because then these companies are in the running. Whereas if you said something like, middle of nowhere, I don't know,
Yeah.
backwoods sort of thing, it sounds like it'd be similar to your current situation where it's mostly remote jobs. So, um, next up, tech hubs. What sorts of companies would you be looking at? Is it the bigger, more established ones? You've been at startups your whole career. Would you still seek out startups?
Yeah, I think my goal is to basically angle for Fang or the level just below Fang, like Fang related.
Yeah. Yeah. So in that case, if you're looking at like Fang sorts of jobs, they will almost certainly have some sort of relocation package. Um, yeah, I think for your career, it's pretty much clearly a good move. Like there's no two ways about it. You don't live in a tech
Yeah.
hub. You'd be moving to a tech hub. Cost of living would probably increase. So would the pay. Your wife is an attorney. That is generally a more transferable role, I think, although you can work remote as tech. So if she's not going to have a problem with it too, I would say, yeah, definitely consider this.
Yeah, we have to do some math because basically if she can there are some states that accept the bar license,
Hmm.
and other states where she'll have to retake the bar exam again. So, uh, and then we were considering like maybe going down to one income and having her do like take care of the kids as well. So there's some like life math to do
Yeah.
there, but um, it depends on how good the role is that I would be seeking it as well.
Yeah. 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 Well, it's definitely interesting. Also, staff level at the Fang companies makes a lot of money. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
we wouldn't need two incomes, I don't think,
Yeah.
unless we were like in San Francisco or something.
Now, there is one other tiny little wrench I want to throw into the works just because I think you should be aware of it. It is a very different environment as well. And you've seen
Yeah.
my video probably on the whole why I left Google sort of thing. Maybe that gets to you, maybe it doesn't, but keep that in mind too as just a thing in the back of your head of maybe I don't like this and we need a contingency plan. By the way, since you mentioned West Coast, I mean, that's pretty much like California, Oregon, Washington. Are any of those states ones that accept her current license?
Um, I'm not sure. I know we are both interested in um, Oregon and Washington more than California, but
Yeah.
um, I'm not sure specifically yet.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
think she would be able to work remotely for a period of time if she picked up a certain type of work, that kind of stuff.
Got it.
Like there's like contract work you can do as a attorney.
Yeah, and I recognize this is all, half a year from now at least. Also, the
Yeah.
interview process is pretty long a lot of times. So even if you start at 6 months, it might take a month or two before you finally hear a result from any of these companies. But yeah, that's exciting. How do you feel about potentially moving?
I mean, I feel like I should have moved early in my career. I feel like I kind of stifled my career by staying here, and I got here like by sheer force of will, by like seeking out remote jobs and kind of moving, digitally instead of in real life. But it kind of came up because the local meetup conversations, um, we had kind of like a pay transparency conversation, and it was like the 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 tip top of the city, like what you can make in the city is like really low, because it's not a tech city. Like kind of all of the incomes are capped, to where like it's way under median salary range. So
I see.
um, yeah, it was just like, well, if I ever want to, you know, I can stay remote, and however remote. But the problem is that my remote salary is also capping my income because my cost of living here is not, it has exploded because everybody moved during the pandemic, but the data hasn't updated, you know,
Yeah.
the decision points for the employer.
Yeah. Yeah. I, you know, I still think all of this is an equation. It's not just take the one with the highest compensation. It's, are you happy? Do you like the people you work with? Do you like the job? Do you like the product? And yet it's hard to ignore that factor, especially when your staff level promotion didn't come with the compensation you expected it to. Maybe that would have just smoothed all this out if you'd been like, well, okay, I'm making median and my cost of living is lower than these other places.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's good. As far as what you said about you were stifling your career, I think it's easy to look at other people and see, and especially if you're looking online, if you ever look at Blind or at computer science subreddit or something like that, they report all of the fancy reportable things and not the
Yeah.
middle of the road sorts of things that lots of people are in because that's where most of the jobs are. So I think it's easy to focus on like, oh, here's what would have happened if I jumped around. But you seem, like I said, like you're in a healthy situation right now. You have a good amount of responsibility. You still have a position to learn. You have a way to transfer that knowledge to other people. So I'm rooting for you. I hope all this stuff works out. But it's not like you ended up in a bad location
Yeah.
and you worked hard for it. So
Yeah. I mean, I like the first 5 years of my career, I learned a ton. I got paid awfully.
mhm.
Just the worst salary that you could even imagine for a software engineer. I learned a ton though, and I had a really good mentor there. Um, but yeah, it's just I am conflicted for sure. I love my job. I love the people I work with. I like the stuff I work on. It seems secure, for the climate and stuff like that. I just yeah, the my math is like if I am going to jump to another job at some point, I don't want to leave like the time that I waited to get to that job is lost income. Um, the yeah, I kind of achieved my goal to get to this role, and but I didn't lose the aspiration to keep growing
Yeah.
in terms of like what I can do for my family and my exposure to like more responsibilities and stuff to do and so I'm still kind of thirsty and I'm just, just looking around a little bit.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. And also, it's like you've climbed the top of the current ladder, and you look to your side, and there's like a gigantic other ladder there. And you're like,
Yeah.
what's that ladder like?
Exactly.
I think it's worth trying, and hopefully you like it, and hopefully whatever it turns out to be what you want it to be. But even if you tried it and didn't like it, you would at least have that as an input. I was talking to a friend of mine about this sort of thing a while ago, a year or two ago. He was applying for another company that was like a step function up in terms of compensation. And I said, yeah, but how do you feel about the job? And he's like, well, I won't know until I get there. And in my mind, it's sort of like we set out hypothesis. Working for more money will be more gratifying. And now
Mhm.
he's played it out and figured out like he likes the job well enough, but there are a lot of frustrations. And he also learned that jobs at different companies, even if they pay more, aren't necessarily better. The people don't necessarily care more. There's a lot of things that you realize, like, oh, the grass was just greener on the other side, but at least you're getting a
Yeah.
bigger paycheck for it. So, yeah, I definitely look forward to hearing how this goes. And I hope in a year, if you have interviewed and you got a job, that you'll follow up and tell us how all this went.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. By the way, did I answer when you asked about corporate moving? Did I touch on the
Yeah.
things you were curious about? Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was interested in is like I how much notice one thing I was going to ask is like how much notice do you give before you do it? Like cuz like you don't buy a house, obviously. You live in temporary housing, you get an apartment or something for some amount of time and then, then you can start looking if you're going to buy a house. I assume is that kind of like the process?
So, as in terms of buying a house, I would, this is not career advice, this is personal advice. I wouldn't buy a place where you move without having lived there because
Yeah.
let's say you move to Oregon. It's like there's probably like five different towns you could live in and still be near a tech hub, and they'll all have different feels and sort of like they'll be closer to things you might like. So that I wouldn't worry about. As far as the giving
Yeah.
notice part though, that is more sort of career driven. Um, you like your current manager, you like the people you work with, I'd say don't ever tell people before it's a sure thing, like you have a signed offer in hand. But
Mm.
then it all comes down to how much do you like them? The more you like them, the more notice you give. That's about it. And especially given your seniority and potentially the recency of the role, depending on when you end up moving, I think it's like the nice thing to do, and
Yeah.
recognize that they could say, well, that's it, you're leaving today. We don't have any reason to keep you. I don't think they would do that though. And I think you have a gauge
No.
on, yeah. So I've always been of the mindset that like sometimes you can trust your managers. I read advice online that's like, why would you ever, you protect yourself? And I'm like, but we're people. We're all, it's not like this person
Yeah.
represents the entire company. They're still just a manager, and they also care. So yeah, does that cover, by the way, what you were kind of asking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've given, I think the last two jobs I gave like a month notice, and they used 105% of that time to get like information out of me. But uh, yeah, I think as long as you're not like a negative personality, the manager will not be upset when they have, the time when you give them time
Yeah.
to offload stuff.
Yeah. And that's why I think there are probably people out there who don't have a gauge on that and were not well respected on their team and gave notice and were like, well, you could just leave now. And then they thought, this is why you should never do this, without understanding
Mhm.
that they were part of the input into that equation. So
Yeah.
yeah. Uh, okay, cool. I want to just see if I've touched on this stuff. You did talk about this. Uh, yeah. Yeah. I think you've mostly covered this stuff. So we have about 10 minutes left, and I don't want to drag this out if we've talked about everything, but I want to ask you, is there anything you kind of expected out of mentoring that you didn't get?
I don't think so. I mean, we covered so many different topics and uh parts of the job and parts of life and stuff, and I think we did a pretty holistic uh we had a pretty holistic like relationship through these sessions. And yeah, I mean, I obviously kind of like achieved the goal that I had set out originally. And I appreciate the input, especially now the input afterwards. So like, how do I do this? If I want to kind of keep going, since you're kind of like from that world, you've been in those roles before. So yeah, I mean, I just very thankful um for like the time that you've allocated to me and all of our conversations and friendship and stuff. And I hope that you sell this thing, because uh to me it was like extremely valuable to my life and my career and stuff, and I think other people would definitely feel the same way, because I'm kind of doing it for people younger than me now, like juniors and stuff, and they find it very helpful. So like, keep doing it and please sell it.
Yeah.
Please like make it a thing.
Well, look, thank you. I don't want to deflect. I certainly put in time and work, but mentoring is nothing without the mentee actually caring and doing something. And that's what I was just saying about, if you just put in a baseline level of caring, it's like I've had mentees who it eventually just becomes a social visit, and we talk about what restaurants did you go to, what games did you play, and that's fun, but that's not mentoring.
Right.
And I think, yeah, we had a good sort of breadth of this, and I think doing it live also kind of helps keep things on track maybe too. So thank you for putting in the work. Like I said, I think this kind of concludes our mentoring series as a whole, but I want to still hear about what happens and how your life and career goes. And if you end up in the Pacific Northwest, we can go get some food. So,
Sounds good.
yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Kyle. Good
All right.
job. Good work on everything. And yeah, I hope like I said, I hope your career goes well and you end up getting the dream job you want.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your help.
Yeah. All right. Take care. See you, Kyle.
All right. I'll be in chat. See you guys.
All right, everybody. You know the drill. It's clapping time. 9 whole sessions completed. The first graduate, well, of the series at least. I guess technically Casey was the first graduate, but that was only one session. Promoted to chatter. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I see is individual contributor. I think, yeah, there we go. I do have a command for it. Also, let me just scroll up and see really fast because there's not a lot of chat during that time. Feel like I still have no clue what I'm doing and what to expect in the field. Yeah, I think it's natural in any tech related field if you don't have like more than 5 years of experience to just feel like, oh, I'm lost or I don't know. And it's not necessarily comforting to know that that's normal. And yet, I think it's recognizing you still have a lot to grow, but that you have grown already. And I think that's the biggest thing. Just look back at a year ago. Did you know what you know now? If the answer is yes, it means you're not learning and there actually is a problem. But it's almost certain that you did not know everything that you know now. Thought about adding STT instead of having to type these interviews all the time. I I like typing it out. I think it allows me to focus a little bit more and write things in my own words. And that way, the next time around, I can kind of just read that stuff. It's also a pretty low cost for me to do. I'm not often like holding up the conversation while I type out something for a whole minute. So I'm okay just typing it out. Is there something in the life of this man? No, I read everything down black page. Haven't seen any management to IC changes. I've seen several of these, and maybe it's a big tech kind of thing. But yeah, I think there's a lot more red tape in big tech that managers have to abide by. It's like there are trainings and there's just expectations, especially performance reviews when they get not rigid, but maybe more defined. It was like perf time in the year at Google. Managers would take like a week and just kind of disappear. And you probably wouldn't like losing 1/52nd of your work year on something that doesn't really help you. Yeah, like an accountability partner. Yeah. I think this is really helpful for a lot of realms, for a lot of people. We are just naturally social creatures, and just getting somebody else involved. I mean, this is why social media took off. You're sharing still sometimes the mundane parts of your life, but there are other people there. Approaching 5 years and still don't feel like I know what I'm doing. I think that's also natural. And I myself made a blog post at some point about, where even is this? Blog. Battling imposter syndrome. When did I write this? 3 years ago. Well, almost 4 years ago, I guess. So we're approaching 2025. But yeah, I wrote some thoughts about this stuff. If you feel like you're suffering from imposter syndrome, I mean, it's a totally free blog post. There are no, as far as I know, there are no ads in it even. Yeah. It's just a blog post. All right, well, that brings us to 12:21. I've now been streaming for about 4 hours. So I think it's a good time to stop. I'm going to get lunch. I'm going to come back. We're going to keep working. I'll probably put in another maybe 2 hours. And I was debating on doing like the very short lunch thing where I just step away from my computer, but I'll probably just take a short lunch and still end the stream. Good place to start being intentional in the next 5 years. It's kind of when I got serious. Yeah, the way I kind of think about this is your life is on rails for the first maybe like 25 years. And then you start getting some choices. You're getting some choices, yeah. So if you think about it, for most people, the first 18 years, you work your way up to high school. And it's the same, like, just go to class, do well, do some extracurricular stuff. That's about it, right? Then it's, for a lot of people, college. And I'm not saying it has to be, but that's usually about 4 years. And it's pretty much the same thing, right? Go to class, do well, do some extracurricular stuff. Then you get your first job, and it's the same thing, like show up, do well. You are essentially graded because your first job, you have enough people above you where they know how well you did. But then you start getting to some level of seniority where that's not the case anymore. And you heard Kyle talk about this. It's like the goals are a little fuzzier, and it's harder to get that validation from people. And now you're like, do I move? Do I switch jobs? How has my career been going? So I think it is good to think about. And I think for a lot of people, if you're younger than 25 and you're in computers and maybe you went to college, it's like you haven't really had much of a chance to really choose something. It doesn't help that I feel stuck in my current job, but need to stay at it for the financial security. Yeah, I think that can be hard. And I think as much as possible, try to carve out the time to scope out other opportunities and prepare for them. Can I rest invest from L4 to L5? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I mentioned it in the mentoring, but I think the the baseline of caring, if you care at least enough to do well, then yeah, I think you'll be able to even get to L5. I think it's just, I really think the equation for most people to reasonable levels of seniority is just time and caring, and that's it. And I'm not saying this is easy work. Caring itself can be difficult at times, and what you need to do to grow to the next level can be hard. But it's not like it's some secret recipe. You just try, and you eventually hopefully get results. All right, I am rambling and I want to eat food, so I'm gonna get going. But thank you all for watching. I will leave you with a Discord link, and I will leave Richie to answer Veshik's questions. I'll see you all in about an hour probably. Thank you again for watching. Take care.